Thank you and welcome to our Township of South Glengarry Monday, November 21st meeting. I'm going to call the meeting to order, moved by Trevor Bougie, seconded by Stephanie Jaworski. Be it resolved that the November 21st, 2022 council meeting of the Township of South Glengarry now be opened at 7 p.m. All in favor? Carried. And I'll have, if we could, everybody stand for the singing of O Canada. Now we'll move to disclosure of pecuniary interest if there are any. None noted. Now to the approval of the agenda. Are there any additions, deletions, or amendments?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, we have an addition to the agenda under item number 9, items for consideration, that being an information report about concerning Bill 23. Additionally, we have an item that's been requested to be moved from the consent agenda into items for consideration, that being item 10B, the departmental update for corporate services.
Thank you. So the agenda as amended, moved by Stephanie Jaworski and seconded by Sam McDonnell. Be it resolved that the Council of the Township of South Glengarry approve the agenda as amended. All in favor? Carried. Now the approval of the minutes, moved by Sam McDonnell, seconded by Martin Lang. Be it resolved that the minutes of the November 7th, 2022 regular council meeting, including the closed session minutes, be adopted as circulated. All in favor? Carried. All right, I would like to introduce,
Through you, Mr. Mayor, for the next item, 5B, the public meeting minutes. I just want to note that there were a couple of amendments made to the minutes after they'd been circulated. So the resolution is to pass the minutes as amended.
Thank you, Mrs. Clerk. So moved by Martin Lang, seconded by Trevor Bougie. Be it resolved that the minutes of the November 7th, 2022 meeting being adopted as amended. All in favor? Carried. Gonna have to turn my mic off whenever I'm rustling through my papers. Sorry, everyone. So the presentations and delegations, we'll start with the Williamstown Fair Board. Pleased to introduce Neil Dixon, and if you want to introduce any of your colleagues behind you, glad to have you here.
Good evening. With me tonight, I have my wife, who's the secretary, Karen Dixon, Ken Gertis and his wife, who are board members, and past president, Pierre Roy, and my daughter, who is also a board member, Melanie Dixon. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Deputy Mayor, councillors, CEO, and township staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with me this evening. On behalf of the St. Lawrence Valley Agricultural Society, I would like to take this time to thank council, administration, and the employees of the Township of South Glengarry for your financial and in-kind support over the last few years. As an example, in 2020, the Township provided the Williamstown Fair with a grant of $20,000. With this financial support and this joint venture, we were able to expand our electrical and lighting infrastructure along the Peanut Line, which included installing streetlights to light up the Peanut Line. This project was beneficial for the SLVAS events, as well as the residents who use the Peanut Line. In 2021 and 2022, your support allowed us to host free moving nights, drive-in style, that were very well received. From personal experience, the in-kind support from the Township really does not get the recognition that it deserves. From lending and delivery and pickup of picnic tables, line painting equipment, recycling containers, and bleachers, and the use of the Peanut Line, it would be difficult to proceed without the support. It is greatly appreciated. When we look at projects that we have recently completed, we have further expanded our electrical infrastructure to provide better support to our cattle exhibitors in our cattle barns. We will be installing more higher amperage receptacles to alleviate the issues of the constant tripping breakers causing frustrations for all involved. The cost of this upgrade is approximately $10,000. We have just concluded the installation of grounds-wide Wi-Fi system. This will allow our visitors to have free Wi-Fi not only during the fair weekend, but also during events that take place on our grounds. This system will also support video streaming of the events for those who wish to do so. This project's cost was just shy of $20,000. Next year, we plan to accept payment at the gate electronically because we now have the Wi-Fi system in place. This will be more convenient to our patrons and will also reduce the cash levels that are always a concern. This year, you may have noticed we tried to consolidate some of our activities. We moved all the children's activities to the south end of the grounds so that they're all together. The bouncy castles, the children's tent, the petting zoo, and the much anticipated Midway. This is part of a continuous improvement cycle that we are constantly trying to perfect. With this move, the Pine Stage was also relocated behind the meeting place, which was another big change that was very well received. The always exciting tug of war moved to the English Ring, and the crowd there was massive as always. Moving this event also created a much-needed safety zone that we did not have in the past. Looking to the future, we will continue to strive to provide agricultural awareness and entertainment that educates and excites all ages of our visitors. We will also strive to continue in progressing our asset management plan to ensure that our assets are well maintained and useful for future generations. So on behalf of the St. Lawrence Valley Agricultural Society, I'd like to again thank the Township for their support and hope that we can continue our successful relationships that provides positive experiences to the residents and visitors of the Township of South Glengarry. At this time, I'd like to present the Township with a certificate of appreciation for the valuable support that the Township provides the St. Lawrence Valley Agricultural Society.
Thank you very much for the presentation, and if anybody had any comments, Deputy Mayor Lang and then Councillor Jaworski.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. And thank you, St. Lawrence Valley Agricultural Society, for coming. Much appreciated that, sometimes we try to help in the community and sometimes we never hear back exactly what's going on, but the update was appreciated. And you guys are putting on an event in our community that is second to none. And I think the whole community appreciates, this happening every year, and especially what you guys went through COVID to keep it going, to keep that streak of 100 and how many years now? Or 213? Yeah. Very much appreciated, and we thank you for your presentation.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor McDonald. Thank you so much to all of you for coming today. It's, as Deputy Mayor Lang has said, it's wonderful to hear from you how things are going and all these improvements that you've done They are fantastic, so it's great to see you. And I know, certainly speaking for myself, I certainly want to continue this relationship where we work in partnership, because I mean, you know, Williamstown Fair is a tourism and economic development jewel for our township, and I think the township working with the St. Lawrence Valley Agricultural Society, we can really do great things. So it's great to see you now. I know that budget time is upcoming, so this is a great time to start these discussions about how, if there is assistance that you need for the upcoming year, it's a great time to start having those discussions. And perhaps I'll just drop in a few ideas that I know, like on the Environment Committee, folks like to talk about how we can help reduce waste. And certainly, this is only a suggestion because I'm just a single member passing on information from the Environment Committee, but something that, you know, in terms of partnership, maybe the township could do is, you know, in terms of reducing waste, is maybe sponsoring like water bottle filling stations, that sort of things, where we can help with the in-kind services to have less waste, those types of things. So I'm hoping that the Agricultural Society can work with staff to think about these things that we can do for the future. And I think this is a great time to make sure these discussions are happening. So thank you again for coming. And I'm just throwing out that one idea just as an example of things that maybe we, the fair and the township, can do together.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, when you see our grant application, that's exactly what you're going to see.
All right, well, Councillor McInnell, go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, no, thank you for coming this evening, and it's always great to get these updates. As far as, like Deputy Mayor Lang said, we don't often get these updates, especially when it comes to grants and donations, and it's good to see the feedback, and gives us an opportunity to thank you guys as well for all the hard work you put into the community. I know the changes were very welcome this year. The Pine Stage moving to the back of the meeting place was I guess it was demonstrated very well in the children's tractor pull, which I had the fun of helping with. It went from, I think the last time I did it, from 18 kids to 84 or something along those lines. So we were pushing our time limits, and it might have had something to do with the parents having something to do while the kids were pulling with small tractors. So anyways, thank you very much for coming in, and appreciate it.
Councillor Bougie?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I guess I'll echo the same sentiment. Appreciate you coming and giving us an update. I feel like the township and the St. Lawrence Agricultural Society always had a great partnership, and hopefully we'll continue to see that into the future. And I'm sure we'll see you here again at some point. So thank you.
All right, thank you. I could say the same things. I'm obviously from Williamstown and enjoy the fair quite a bit, so thank you, and thank you. I believe now if we can move over to the second meeting, CAO Mill would like to introduce.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, through you. Right now, we'd like to welcome Mr. Ben DeHaan, Director of Transportation for the United Counties. Ben's a familiar face around this table. Tonight, Ben is going to talk to us about the regional waste management study that's been ongoing. And before you start, Ben, we also want to thank our General Manager of Infrastructure, Sarah McDonald, for her work on the Regional Waste Management Working Group. So I'll turn it over to you.
Well, I'm going to just, to start off, continue the praise, because CAO Mills has been a great supporter of this project, you know, for several years now as we've worked through it. So thank you for also, you know, we need champions like that to help push this along, so we appreciate it. I hope to not take up too much of council's time this evening. What the intention here is just to give you a snapshot of where we are and where we're going. And with that, hopefully seeks or get some endorsement from council to, or encouragement and endorsement to continue pushing forward with this. So this should work. Yeah, excellent. I'm going to use a little bit of an analogy. You're the first local council I'm meeting with, and of the 6, and I should be done by early December by the time we visit it all. So if this analogy doesn't feel right, please let me know, because then it's going to save some pain for the other 5. What we did over the past several years was work on a regional waste management roadmap to collaboration. It's a well-worn document that I've been carrying around for some years. And I think of that as the buffet. So we've got a big buffet in front of us, and really what we've been working on and what we're asking the local councils to support this evening is the first bites of that buffet. There's a lot of things here that we may collectively or may not want to enjoy or to make use of, But really what this is intended to do is really just, you know, start to plan our meal and figure out where we're going with things. So like I mentioned in my slide here, it's a comprehensive report that DFA Infrastructure has put together for us. There's a lot of recommendations in there, a lot of things that need further analysis and consideration from the group around the table. And really what we have found as we've worked through this project is all municipalities have a lot of differing challenges, priorities, levels of service, and because of that, it does create some challenges in terms of, you know, making sure we're all on the same page to move forward. But I think what we've got together is a way to move forward and really continue to collaborate. Right now we have a steering committee that consists of myself, Tim from North Glengarry, Public Works Director from North Glengarry, and Sarah. And I appreciate that Sarah has stepped up to be part of this steering committee. What the steering committee has done is taken the buffet, as I mentioned. Oh, do you want me to stop for a second? No, just this. Uh-oh. This is probably way more entertaining than me. Let's not pretend. Yeah, awesome. Anyway, what this is really all about is, again, coming with this buffet and actually figuring out the menu we want to start with. So Sarah, Tim, and myself have worked on and created a executive summary and action plan, and that's really what I'm talking about this evening. It has been presented to County Council in October, and we're looking for local council support of this executive summary and action plan. And the feedback we've received from County Council certainly has been positive. Highlights, hard to read, and I'm not going to get too much into this slide here, but really what the highlights of the executive summary are is that you know, everybody's got kind of differing levels of service. The way they offer waste management is very different across the board, and that's always been one of the big challenges we've had. Yeah, no, did I do something? Maybe I screwed that up.
Everyone mind just paying attention to that screen?
Yeah. If you're anything like me, I can't read that. That is way too far for these old eyes. But really highlights from that executive summary are this, you know, each municipality's got different number of landfills with differing levels of capacity left in it. Some are very close to being full. I think South Glengarry, you're coming close at North Lancaster by 2028. Beaverbrook still has a little bit of time. We've got North Dundas as an example, who is already over capacity right now, and they're waiting for their expansion to be approved, and have been waiting, I think, since the time we started this project. So, which goes to show some of the challenges of, you know, continuing this service as we look to the future, and the need to really start working together and figure out ways to work together. There are 7 closed landfills within SDNG that are managed by local municipalities, which also does represent a financial liability for those municipalities. Looking ahead to the future, one of the things that we have, and our consultant had definitely identified as a real asset for this area, is that we do have a private landfill within our geographic boundaries that have, you know, that there's an opportunity to collaborate, work together, and potentially look at long-term disposal contracts across the board. And instead of negotiating on a one-by-one basis, we actually go in collectively. Similarly, the city of Cornwall is in the same boat. You know, they see the end of their life of their landfill and are thinking the same thing. And I can also tell you that I have had very informal chats with representatives from the city of Ottawa who are similarly looking for different alternatives and options as they continue to expand out and come closer to the end of their landfill life. So ultimately, what we've created with this working group is 4 recommendations. Recommendation number 1, which is why I'm here tonight, is number 1: obtain a commitment from the 6 local councils to create a formal regional waste management working group. And really what we're intending with that recommendation is that we do have some commitment locally to have a staff representation and actively participate and report back to local councils on what the working group is working on. From the county's perspective, we can either support, our intention is to support that working group, but really we want this to be, this is not a county working group, this is a local working group that's helped by the county. We want to create a formal terms of reference with this working group. We want to have a chairmanship or a rotating chairmanship, identify goals, activities that the working group wants to work on, and again, continue to refer back to the big buffet and figure out items that they want to pick at and work on. We could invite the City of Ottawa, City of Cornwall, and other interested parties to come to this working group and actively participate as needed. Recommendation number 2 is focusing efforts on collaborative transition strategy during the IPR, which is the individual producer responsibility transition, rather than being having active involvement in this program. So very quickly, and I surmise, or perhaps you've had an opportunity to talk about it, maybe a little bit even. There's big changes coming to the Blue Box program in Ontario over the next many years, or I shouldn't say many, it's coming quicker than we think, and there's opportunities for municipalities to play certain roles, and our recommendation right now, based on the information we have, is that we let the IPR world happen and work together to figure out ways to communicate how it's going to change recycling for the people that we serve. So, it's really about collaborative communication strategies, using lessons learned from other areas, because there's different regions within Ontario that are transitioning to individual producer responsibility over the next several years. Number 3, again, this comes with the active participation in the Regional Waste Management Working Group, is providing accurate financial data to the working group. I think that's been one of the biggest, the feedback I've received is one of the biggest takeaways from the work we've done and the report and the things we have to date, is that it's been nice to be able to compare what people are doing and how they're doing it. So we want to continue to have that opportunity to compare and contrast what we're doing. And I think that just helps to grow and create those collaboration opportunities. So making sure we're annually providing accurate financial data. Adoption of a regional base level of service. And I do want to asterisk this one because that can sound very scary, but the intention here is not to say that we are suggesting that municipalities should move to a regional level of service. Rather, as a working group, we say this is the base, and the reason for that is by creating a base, and what I mean by that is, okay, we're going to say that our regional base is 2 bags out, that we have curbside collection that's once per week, that we have 2 roadside collections of leaf and yard waste, those kinds of things. So we create a regional base level of service for the purpose of being able to figure out ways, if we start collaborating together, and South Glengarry has a 2-bag limit and North Glengarry has a 3-bag limit, but we're going to collaborate on one opportunity, well, at least we can structure contracts and structure those agreements based on a regional level of service, and then adjust costs and ways that we're working together, or tonnages based on how far people are off of that base level of service. So think of it as essentially a benchmark is maybe the better way to describe that we adopt a regional benchmark that everybody can compare to and that we can move forward on projects with. And that's really the 4 menu items that we're suggesting local municipalities, or we're recommending to local municipalities. It's been, from my perspective, not only because of the pandemic, but just because it is everybody's, coming back to this buffet analogy, everybody, is hungry, but differing levels of hunger and desire to what they want to dig into. So that has been a challenge, and I'm not going to deny that. And I think, thanks to Ross Galili in South Glengarry and Tim in North Glengarry and Sarah, who have, we've come together and created something I think is a very workable document. And really, I think going forward, that formal working group with all the local municipalities participating is going to create those collaboration opportunities that really we're looking for here. And I think that it's, this is just the logical next step, and I think it will lead to really great things for the residents and taxpayers, not only of South Glengarry, but of SD&G. So where I am today is presenting this to all the local municipalities to seek their endorsement and commitment to participate in that Regional Waste Management Working Group. From there, we'll be creating a terms of reference, hosting our first meeting, and then the expectation is whoever their representative is from South Glengarry, I think I can guess who it's going to be, will be reporting back regularly to council, so that council remains in the loop in terms of what we're working on and what we're moving forward with. And with that, questions?
Thank you, Mr. DeHaan. And I'll open up to council, Councillor Bougie, and then after that, Councillor Jaworski, please.
First off, thanks, Ben, for the presentation. It was interesting how we had the most stops and biggest population. We have the second smallest tonnage in SDNG, I believe. That was interesting to me. And just looking at the other municipalities side by side, it was a nice graphic to see that and to kind of get an idea of where we're at compared to our peers. And I guess I'm in favor of any cost savings we can do at the county level. I think that's great to, collaborate, get together, and if there's any cost savings we can do at the county level, I think I'm all in favor of that. Can you talk a little bit more about the transition strategy during the individual producer responsibility? That point 2? You said there's things that are upcoming. Can you talk a little bit more about that?
In very quick summary, municipalities are not going to be responsible for blue box anymore. It's going to be up to producers who are creating the recyclable material to collect the recyclable material. So, think of our bottle collection, like a LCBO collection and beer collection. Same idea, but with everything that is recyclable.
Okay. Thanks.
Councillor Jaworski.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor McDonald. Thank you, Ben, so much for coming to present to us. I just want to highlight that I know just how much work went into this, and I know there's a lot of herding cats too in terms of trying to get this together. Some areas of SDG are very enthusiastic about this, and other areas of SDG are not enthusiastic about it. So I wanted to highlight that for those who hadn't been at the county table on this, because it is something to keep in mind as we go forward. And, sort of building on what Councillor Bougie has already said, I think there's so much value in that comparative data that was put together. I know at the Environment Committee, we used it a lot. Our Environment Committee here, we used it a lot when we were providing feedback to Sarah about levels of service, because there's things out there that we didn't even know existed, or ways to skin the cat that were out there that were like, oh, well, this sounds much better than what we're already doing. So that was really helpful, and I assume it'll be helpful going forward. But again, also, this is such a fantastic example of where the counties can help facilitate and coordinate to get us to where we can hopefully be more efficient and save money, because I definitely think that this is an item where, although everyone's doing things slightly differently, the base level is very similar, and why we can't participate in joint tendering or that sort of thing, I think there's lots of opportunity there. And I think, again, what you came up with, those 4 points, even though there's disagreement around some of the concepts, the 4 points you came down to, I think were really good in terms of we can agree to this and move forward. So I'm very supportive of South Glengarry being on board with this project, and I look forward to it happening. So thank you again.
We'll go to Councillor McDonnell and then Deputy Mayor Lang.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Mr. DeHaan, for coming tonight and presenting the strategy. It's been long awaited, I think, especially from talking with CAO Mills. And like Councillor Jaworski said, I think it's good to see that it's good for a benchmark as far as a base level service, and I'd agree to that. And if there's a cost savings to be joint tendering a lot of this, I think we should be pursuing it. My only concern, or I think the only challenging part, will be maybe on the recycling side, just like we are maybe one of the ones that stands alone on the single weekly recycling and going that route. But I'll be interested to see how some of the changes to that program in general will impact that, and if we'll be subsidizing some of that, or how that will all play out, especially for our neighbors to the north, with Rare being part of their kind of purview and part of their responsibility. I just don't think there's appetite for ourselves here to go to a double stream as opposed to single, but that's a bridge not yet crossed, and we're a ways from that, I think, at this point. But still, that's my one concern, was on the recycling side. But I think for sure on the waste management or solid waste going to landfills, we should be trying to be more efficient and finding some cost savings. So thank you for all your work on this project and all the members of County Council.
Do you want to go before Deputy Mayor Lang, or?
If you don't mind, Mr. Mayor, just one comment I wanted to make on the recycling program. I think what I'm seeing across SDNG, and if not further, is that everybody's kind of holding pat until the IPR transition actually takes place regionally. So I don't know if Sarah has anything more to add to that, but that's what I'm seeing, and that's the strategy I'm getting, is that everybody's kind of like, let's just keep doing what we're doing for the next little bit and let the, you know, let the act take effect, and let's move into the different strategy that we have to move into.
Just I guess a supplemental to that as well, and I think there's things too that we're not factoring in, like if you look to our neighbors in the east into Quebec, a lot of those surrounding municipalities, I know St. Telesphore and River Baudet and St. Clet, they're kind of beyond us when it comes to waste management as far as we're talking, you know, weekly recycling, they're talking bi-weekly garbage in the wintertime when the colder months hit. There's probably, as time goes on, I'm not suggesting we even consider that now, but that would be the counties would be the level maybe to start investigating that or start factoring this in, because I don't know what the cost savings would be, but as people kind of adjust to these bag limits, especially here in South Glengarry, we might start to see a change, especially with the weekly recycling opportunity or possibly organics in the future, so.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. Thank you, Mr. Van de Haan, for the presentation. I'm going to echo a little bit of what everybody else said. Thank you, you know, so forth. We're behind you. I think it's a great initiative for the counties. And then I want to zero in a little bit on what Mr. McDonnell said. My concern is that if we just sit back and let the producer thing take over and see where it goes, I'd like to get a little bit ahead of it. I don't want to go backwards. I don't want to see them come in and say, okay, recycling's now every 2 weeks, it's single stream, you know, like, because that's going to have a big effect on the cost of the rest, because I think our garbage is going down quite a bit, because the easier we can make it to recycle, the less garbage we're shipping out. And I think we got to keep going that way as much as we can, you know. I'm just worried that if the producers are paying, they're not going to want any more than they have to pay for. So it's going to be, you know, to them, you know, well, once every 2 weeks would be great, better than once every week. And I don't want to go backwards. So I think we want to push a little bit to get it even better than what we have now.
Thank you, through you, Mayor McDonald. Just to kind of build on this issue of producer responsibility, and maybe like Sarah Ben can provide more clarity on this, but to my understanding, we've all in SDG have said, well, maybe not North Glengarry, but we're going to transition to producer responsibility. Yeah, in 2025, we've said that as a township, we are no longer going to provide recycling services, and it's going to be producer responsibility. And I don't know, to this point of if they come back and if it's not what our residents are used to or not what we like, what options do we have available? I don't know if that's clear. I don't know if, now that we've said we're transitioning out in 2025, do we have options to modify that stance? I don't know. And I don't know if either of you know if there's any more information on that. But I mean, definitely, if this is something that we have concerns about, I think we need to take a deeper look at what our options are. Thanks.
If I may, and just in response to that, and that's why I think working together is going to be such a key component of this with respect to the producer responsibility, because, you know, yes, I'm suggesting the stand pat in terms of the services the municipality provides today, but I very much see that this working group is going to be actively communicating out to residents of SDNG, you know, either as a region and even locally, to try and, you know, make sure that we're ready for it and that our residents are ready for that change. So I see very, very active kind of communication strategy associated with this.
All right, thank you. I often think to the IT model STNG has, and it'd be wonderful if the counties, in some of these thoughts, you know, if 3 or more municipalities would like to join. The IT presently takes that on themselves, so perhaps that's something we can move towards in the long future, but there's likely conversations that I'm not fully up to speed on. But thank you very much for your presentation, and it's great to have collaboration. Thank you. We'll move on to action requests. The first one is the Regional Management Working Group commitment. So moved by Trevor Bougie, seconded by Stephanie Jaworski. Be it resolved that Staff Report 189, 2022 be received, and that the Council of the Township of South Glengarry endorse the actions identified in the Executive Summary of the Regional Waste Management Executive Summary. And furthermore, the General Manager of Infrastructure Services be directed to represent the Township of South Glengarry by participating wholly as part of the Regional Waste Management Working Group. Mrs. McDonald.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. I will be incredibly brief because Mr. de Haan has already gone over what I'm about to ask. I'll also start, however, with a huge thank you to Ben and to our CAO Mills. I know I got some thanks, but I really just jumped in at the end, and it was done with the heavy lifting of many other people. So I wanted to let council know that on page 29 of your agenda is the Regional Waste Management Roadmap to Collaboration report that we're asking for endorsement of. Hopefully you've had a chance to quickly flip through it. Was pleased to participate with Ben and with Tim in the working group, and I would be very happy to continue on. So I'm hoping that through this resolution, council will both endorse the action plan and allow me to continue on. And that is the ask.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. McDonald. Any questions? Deputy Mayor Lang, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Ms. McDonald. Yes, but I have a couple of questions. So what, if we do this, then we're going to, the whole thing together is going to include this roadmap as well. So if we're approving that, I just have a few questions on it. Some of them are very, very minor. Like as far as the price for the bag tags, $2 for, like, why make $2.50 for one? Make them all $2. It just seems kind of ridiculous that if you buy one tag, it's $2.50, and if you buy 10 or you buy 20 or whatever after that, it's all $2. I don't care that much, but anyway, it just seemed kind of a little bit of extra to work on our part. So then we move down to for the bag tags, as for the extra tags for farms and commercial and this sort of thing. I'm just not sure, I don't remember when it says farms get an extra 2 tags. Yep, go ahead.
I think Mrs. McDonald would like to clarify something.
Oh, sorry.
I believe, Deputy Mayor Lang, that you are one staff report.
Oh, I
ahead of where
could be,
we
because
are.
there's 3 of them tonight, 3 presentations on, all right, sorry about that, but you'll know what the questions are coming shortly then. Okay.
I believe Councillor McDonnell had a question.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think I was a report ahead as well.
Councillor Jaworski, go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Thank you, Ms. McDonald, for it. I guess I just want to highlight, like, the whole point of this roadmap is so that we have a common language. The point of the roadmap is not that we're agreeing to standardized levels of service. It's about, we're going to have a working group. Hopefully Ms. McDonald will be part of it, and we'll have these, regular discussions on what we're doing as a region in terms of waste management and those levels of service that are described. That's sort of like, that's the base level. And so it's just like when we say, oh, we're base plus this, or we're base plus that. That's for the discussion. So again, I'm very supportive of it. Thank you.
Okay, no other questions. I just have one, because I promised I would ask this question most of the time. Is this something that you can take on without diminishing services elsewhere, this obligation to the working group?
That is an excellent question, Mayor McDonald, and I believe so, since I already participate in the working group, and it would be an extension of that.
Excellent. And no further questions. I would like to take it to vote. All those in favor? Carried. We'll move on to action request 7B, solid waste management, 2023 levels of service. Moved by Stephanie Jaworski, seconded by Sam McDonnell. Be it resolved that staff report 177, 2022 be received, and that the Council of the Township of South Glengarry approve the 2023 service levels for solid waste management services as outlined in Appendix 1 of staff report 177, 2022. Go ahead, Mrs. McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor McDonald. It sounds so weird to say. So this request, now, I brought this towards the Environment Committee in mid-October, and when we had a good and lively discussion. That discussion is available on YouTube if anyone watching wants to go and check it out. So this is showing and I've used the regional base in the appendix as a comparator, and our proposed level of service followed by the change from 2022. So it is showing how we're either growing or staying the same, and how we compare to what was just endorsed by council and endorsed by county council and the roadmap. So I'm not going to go through the table in great detail, but I'll just note where we're changing from last year. So in terms of container limits, it's 2, and that's a reduction from the 4 to 3 to 2 that we've done this year. So we're continuing the trend that was approved by council last year. In terms of exceptions, the only exception that we would be adding is a holiday relief. And we did this last year unofficially at the last moment, but this would be meaning around Christmas that residents would be able to put out an extra bag or 2 if it was generated through the holidays. So if you're receiving many gifts and you're not really you don't get to pick what you're given and you end up with a lot of plastic, folks with young kids, you wouldn't be beholden to that 2-bag limit. It wouldn't be a free-for-all. It would just be to help out residents in our area during the holidays. Or if you have many people over, you may have a lot of packaging from your food waste. Another change is in terms of curbside collection. And this one, the Environment Committee had an excellent debate around. So currently, our curbside collection for bulky waste is in May. It's a week, and it is kind of a free-for-all. To give council an idea of what solid waste collection costs, it is roughly in South Glengarry, $10,000 per commodity per week, and that's an average size commodity, so bulky waste is kind of double that. So for a week of bulky waste pickup, it's $17,000, $20,000. What we are hoping that we'll be able to move towards is more in line with the regional base, and it is going towards an on-demand service on a cost recovery basis. So how we envision the model may work is something similar to the City of Cornwall, where residents could call in throughout a month and say, hey, I want to have something picked up, and we would have a specific day, likely the first Friday, let's say, of the month, and they would pay for us to go out and pick up their couch or their fridge or their, whatever have you that they can't get to the landfill on their own. This doesn't take away residents' options to drive their own heavy stuff to the landfill and pay the tipping fee, but if they don't want to do that, they could call in and they would have a scheduled day to go out. Our quotes that we received to have that outsourced were roughly $1,000 a month, so it would reduce over 12 months our costs about $5,000 if we went in that direction. And of course, if we do on a cost recovery basis, we can get back. I don't think we can cost recover if we outsource it, and we certainly don't right now have in-house capacity to take that on ourselves, but we can at least reduce the burden, and it would be passed on a little bit to the person requesting the pickup. Moving down to a change in leaf and yard waste collection, and this one I know Councillor Jaworski had mentioned last council meeting in her Environment Committee update that it's not well known that our leaf and yard waste, when it goes to the landfill, there isn't a special spot that it goes. We don't have a composting area. So when we collect all of our leaf and our yard waste all at once, it goes into our landfill. So for 2022, and this is a little bit disappointing to say, but we are suggesting that we just allow residents in a paper bag to put their leaf and yard waste out with their regular garbage. It'll be collected with the garbage, move into our landfill, and give us time to come up with a better solution and take away the cost of sending out another truck to pick up a commodity that is going into the landfill anyways. We've spoken with our contractor, and they would be willing to take this on for no additional charge, and they've been doing that throughout September and October. Thank you. And the final, no, not the final, another change is in terms of the organics kind of bucket. The township used to have a backyard composted subsidy program, and we're hoping to revitalize that with council's permission. I think I've had a number of people call in and ask about this, so I do think it's very worthwhile. And with more and more development in our kind of urban areas, this would be helpful because not everyone has a beautiful rural yard to kind of compost in place. Moving down, residential drop-off, complimentary disposal days. So this is the 3 days, and I believe it's the end of May, when residents can free-for-all. They can come in, it's free. We have massive lineups at our landfills, and they can dispose of things up to 500 kilograms. That's not it. Anyways, they can just bring things on those 3 days, and it's kind of a logistics nightmare. We're proposing that instead of doing that we implement a program where every resident gets 2 free days, and we'll figure out a way to make that happen, and they can come on their own when the landfill's open. So we're not proposing expanding the opening times, just how those free dump days work. And then finally, unfortunately this year, a bit of a mishap, our household hazardous waste day did not include e-waste pickup, and so that's a big one, revive that and make that happen. So our contractor, I can just explain that because it was a bit of a gaffe. and I'm sorry to the public who may have brought e-waste in. Our contractor who takes away household hazardous waste doesn't take away e-waste, and we didn't set up the other person to come and do that. So that's what happened there. We'd just like to fix that. So this would allow us to prepare, if council accepts this proposed level of service, that would allow us to prepare a budget and know what we are doing in 2023 with regards to solid waste management. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Looking for Deputy Mayor Lang, please go ahead.
Now I'm on the right report. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, and thank you, Sarah, for the thing. And I'm very good with most of it. I think it's great that we're getting this separate, and, you know, instead of, like you said, a line item in the budget, we can look at this and get it all laid out. The biggest thing for people is knowing what the rules are and being plain and simple for them, and it really is, I think it's going to be helpful. I already mentioned the bag tags. So just a few things that I was concerned about was the additional 2 bags for ag. I don't remember if that ever came through council. I don't think it did. I had always understood that ag was going to be exempt. I'm not saying either way here right now. I just, it was just news to me that the ag had an additional 2 bags. I thought they were exempt up until now. And then, so I'm throwing a little a caveat in there because it's not mentioned. Do we have anything for commercial? Are we picking up commercial? Are we not picking up commercial? I see what is that first heading called? Regional base. So the base sounds like most places are giving the commercial 2 bags as well, but we don't look like we are. So that's a question. I'll give you them all and you can kind of. The bulky large item pickup, we don't have much details. For me to pass this tonight and to say, okay, our residents can call in and we will come and pick up a couch, I mean, it sounds fine, but if we're going to charge them $500, they're not going to be fine with that. You know, so I need a few more details. Help me out a little bit. What are white goods? It says bulky items and white goods are listed together, and I don't know what white goods are. It's just a
Said
heading,
they're
maybe?
fridges and freezers.
Okay. So we could just call it all bulky items then, likely. All right, I wasn't sure what white goods were. The free dump days, so each resident would get 2 days or 2 times, any time during the year that they could go to the dump, drop something off. So that would be instead of the 2 free days that they had large item pickup.
No, so through you, Mr. Mayor, currently we have large item pickup in May, which is the collection crew goes to everyone's home. And then we have 3 days where the landfill is open, where we waive all our tipping fees up to a certain
So
amount.
those 3 days would be throughout the year, but we would be getting rid of our large item pickup thing, and it would be producer pay now, would it not? Or not producer pay, you know? That's what it sounds like to me, that we can phone in, but they're not going to have a free large day anymore.
Through
I
you,
just
Mr.
want to
Mayor.
make sure I'm clear on this.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct. The free day would be assuming they could transport it on their own. And if they cannot transport it on their own, then it's on I likely wouldn't be cost recovery, but to kind of answer your other question, the models in the surrounding areas, like a couch is $25 to pick up, so we wouldn't go above what our neighbors are doing.
But they would lose the day that they could put anything out they want for free.
Through you, Mr.
We
Mayor.
need to be playing with it if we're going to pass this, that the public knows that we're saying there's no more free large item pickup day, that from now on you're paying every time you want something large to go. You phone in ahead of time, and I just want to be plain that we're not, you know. The hazardous waste drop-off thing I think is great. Is it free, or do they have to pay tipping fees on that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, that the hazardous household waste drop-off event is free currently.
Even if they bring it to the landfill?
Yes.
Okay. Perfect. That was my questions.
All right, go ahead, Councillor McDonnell.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thanks for the presentation. We're talking a lot of garbage tonight, but as far as the ag side was concerned as well, Martin, I was under the impression are we two for the household on the farm, 2 for the farming operation? Or do we have nothing set out in stone right now? I do know we had talked about bale wrap plastic going and not contributing at all to any bag limit. I don't know if some, and I was under the impression as well, Martin, that I haven't, now that I think back, we have not brought that to a council meeting, so maybe it's something that should be, or am I missing something?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so how we implemented that program was that bale work is exempted currently, so bale wrap can be put out and we'll pick it up, and it doesn't count towards any bag limit. How we decided to handle the ag relief was if it's not unlimited, so every resident has 2 bags, and if someone has a farm business registration number, they fill out a form, and they're provided with, at a prorated basis, 2 tags per week for the remainder of the week. For the remainder of the year. So if someone submitted a exemption request with an FBRN right now, they would receive 8 tags, maybe 10 tags, because there's only 4 to 5 more weeks left in the year. We recently went out to everyone who had an exemption granted and asked who would like to participate in the program next year, since we didn't want to recollect, and some people may have moved, so we didn't want to just blanket send out all of these tags. And surprisingly, many of the folks, especially with the farm exemptions, found that they already had enough tags to last them through next year, since it seems to be that there are like peaks. So the 104 tags that we sent was more than enough for year 1, and they think that it'll get them into year 2. So 2 bags plus 104 blue tags that they can use at their leisure, because we understand that in the ag business, it's, you know, you may have like 8 bags one week and then back down to 2. So that's how we balance that out without giving a blanket free-for-all everywhere.
So as of right now, ag is running on more or less you had to apply or fill out a form to get your additional tags. Okay, I wasn't aware of that. I thought we had just gone with 2 for the farm business, but okay. The only other thing I was on as well was the large waste or large collection. I think I don't disagree with the on-call kind of pickup like North Glengarry's piloting. I always kind of saw that as a complementary or an additional service to be added to our existing services myself, and being it would be on cost recovery. But myself, I don't know that I'm really willing to give up the large item pickup. I think you'd see a larger influx of those on-demand calls, or people maybe doing questionable things with that garbage instead. As far as the drop-off as well, I'm not against the changing it to free accesses per household. I probably would have saved money this year if had we had that. I don't participate in the long lineups at the dump. And I do know quite a few people who actively are searching for dump trailers that weekend looking for access. But I think if you went to that, I would assume you would administer that through the landfill site passes. Is that how that would work? Or that was kind of my, an honor system. The guy going in once every 2 weeks is probably not going to be so honest on that.
If I may, through you, Mr. Mayor, there are 2 options that we discussed at the Environment Committee and internally. One is going with mailing out with tax bills like 2 chits or something to every household. We could quickly dismiss that because that kind of is difficult to manage. How North Glengarry handles this is they have a logbook at the landfill, and it has every address, and when you go in, you get a check and another check. And once your address has 2 check marks beside it, then you're done for the year.
I'm not opposed to that. I'd be all right with that. I think if you're going to change it, I think that, like you say, the 3 large days, I don't even know that with the influx that we get, that we're even really checking to be sure that these are all South Glengarry residents coming in to begin with. So we probably are getting a lot of garbage coming out of different municipalities, et cetera. There's no way to know that for sure. I'm just assuming that we publicize it enough. But for myself, I don't know that I'm willing to give up the large collection days.
Right, Councillor Bougie, I think you had a question or a comment?
I would like to see big garbage day, the one large pickup day continue. And maybe along with that, do the call for service, because I feel like that's a well-used program, many residents use it, and usually it's out a couple days before, and many residents who drive around, pick up the metal and whatnot, and it ends up getting recycled that way anyways, so it is a well-used program. So I would like to see that continue. I also like the residential drop-off twice per household for free as opposed to certain days. I think it would stretch it out a little easier, so it's not overwhelming or waiting in long lines to get into the dump. So I think that's a great suggestion. I guess my one question is, has staff noticed or been informed of increased illegal dumping since the bag limit change? And I know along the number 2, there was quite a few residents on private roads would dump well, not dump, but place their garbage bags along the road. So I'm just wondering has there been any occurrences of dumping or with the bag limit?
Oops, sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, yes and no. So when we experience substantial illegal dumping, it's usually a household being emptied. So that happens when households are vacated. In terms of, especially throughout the summer, and I believe this is what you're talking about on South Service and Kennedy Road 2, when we have an influx in campers and people camping. So those are people coming in from outside of our municipality, camping, and then they don't want to carry their waste, so they just chuck it along the road thinking that we'll pick it up. I would say that's where we saw, I don't know if it's an influx, but a change definitely from the spring through the summer, and then a reduction when we hit the fall. So I know a lot of people thought that there would be a lot of, and certainly I believe there were people and residents, unfortunately, who did, in protest to the bag limits, opt to dump garbage, but it's been reducing, and I hope that those residents will, I suppose, get on board with the program.
Great, thank you. Did I see Councillor Jaworski's hand up? Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Thank you through you, Mayor McDonald. Thank you again, Ms. McDonald, for this. A couple of comments I wanted to make is, so for me, like the guiding principles around this is how do we reduce waste and how do we make sure that the waste goes where it belongs? So we reduce illegal dumping, we encourage residents to make sure, particularly hazardous waste, e-waste, those things go to the right place. So when I'm going to kind of go in reverse order. So when it comes to drop-off days, rather than having those 2 days where it's huge resource requirements from our staff and cost, the drop-off days I think is really the way to go in terms of having, everyone gets their 2 days and they can go whenever they want. And I do very much like the North Glengarry approach where they have the logbook. And also what I like about that, and this is sort of slight tangent, is again about making sure it's as easy for people as possible. How do we reduce the bureaucracy around it? And like for this, having to go and register at the township and register their vehicle and then do a drop off. If this is a way that potentially we could eliminate that, because for a lot of folks, even that just small, which sounds like a small step, when they want to go to the landfill and they realize if they loaded up their vehicle and they go and then they're told, no, you have to go back and register. Like, I think it's kind of those small irritants that just sometimes will encourage people to just say, screw it, I'm going to dump it in the ditch. So if this could be a way to have it so that the folks don't have to come to the township to register, because I don't think that adds value to the process. Again, we want it to go to the landfill. How can we make it easier for people? When it comes to e-waste, I know it's still happening where folks want to go bring e-waste and then they're told they need to go back and register. Whereas my understanding is that because we are being compensated for collecting e-waste, because producers of e-waste have to charge an eco fee, that there should be not having to do any sort of paperwork to be able to do that at no cost. So I'm hoping that could be looked at and reinforced. Again, we want e-waste to go to the right place. It shouldn't be a big burden to the resident or on us, and I think eliminating bureaucracy on that one is positive. On the separated organics, definitely, and this is where, like on the the Environment Committee folks are very supportive of having a new backyard composter, like the standalone composter that you would have in your yard. And I think those are great, and I think they definitely have their place, and I think we should subsidize them, and I think we should subsidize a very nice model to encourage people to use them. But I was on the Environment Committee, I'm the only person who had a food cycler, and I also am very pro the food cycler, and I think it has its place in urban settings, and I think that's something we should discuss again about doing a second round of food food cycler launches for folks who are more urban. On the leaf and yard waste, we have to keep telling people that it's going to landfill. If we're going to be picking up your leaf and yard waste, we have to tell, because a lot of folks, they think it's going, oh, it's great, I'm doing a good thing by putting these in paper bags. But we don't want to encourage it in any way possible. For the large pickup days, the on-demand days, I definitely think we should have on-demand. I would, and this is my question for you, Ms. McDonald, is if we do have the on-demand days, I would, and also with the buy nothing groups, et cetera, I think we have a lot less that goes out on our big pickup days. So if it's normally 25,000, but if we have all these other options for folks, I mean, I think, again, trying to be reasonable with cost, I think we could probably still have a large pickup, because I think there's going to be a revolt, I think, if people don't have the large pickup day. I think it has value. Maybe it's something we can reduce as we go, but I think, if we have all these other options, I'm hoping that it would be a scaled-down version and that there'd be other options. But I think maybe to start, we should still have large pickup day, but definitely have on-demand days, and I think that'll help to reduce, illegal dumping. The last comment I'll make, sorry that I have so much to say on this topic, for the bag limits exemptions, it never came to council, and certainly for a decision. So I think if it's something that we want to talk about more, I mean, I don't know if this is the venue to get into like the details of this group should have this and this group should have that, but I think it's something that we should be probably discussing in a more fulsome manner at some point, because even at one time there was discussions about very large families, if they could get exemptions, that sort of thing. So, great. But again, I think this is fantastic. I really do. I think there's so many positive things that we're doing. It's just about tweaking and how can we make it even better. But thank you to you, and thank you to everyone else on staff who's working on this.
May I just ask a question of council? It seems like there's a lot of moving parts and questions that remain kind of unanswered, or it's kind of hard to wrap what we've just said into one response from our general manager. Would it be prudent to postpone and perhaps have a little bit more of a conversation in a committee of the whole sometime, or is it looking like we could vote on this evening? It's just, there seems to be a lot of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. I think you're on the right track. I'm not ready to vote for it, although I think it's a great thing, and I think 99% of it is good. I think we need to, if we're going to pass it, we need to make sure it's very plain and it's not being changed on the fly, so the public knows exactly what the rules are. And if you want to postpone, is fine, or do a first and second reading, and we do a third reading next month, or whatever, your call of however you'd like to see it done. But I don't want to vote tonight.
Okay, is that a shared council? And Mrs. McDonald, go ahead.
If I may, Mayor McDonald, we will need to know, what I heard is that generally council agrees with the proposed level of service with the exception of losing the heavy pickup day. I am under a bit of a time limit because I will need to publish the calendar and people will need to know what's going on in advance of Jan 1. So I'm wondering if we defer it or however that works, but if I move forward with the understanding that we are doing generally these days, but I'm not taking away the heavy pickup day. I'm gonna, thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, just reflecting back on the first presentation by Mr. DeHaan, we have a problem. We have a problem with our landfills. We have a problem with people producing too much garbage, and we're trying to get across that, yes, it's levels of service, but we're trying to move towards, well, we are next week, well, we went from 8 bags to 2 bags, and we started this conversation last August. And we said, we're gonna have a major revolt on our hands where people are gonna be really upset about it. When I drive around, like I stayed out of the conversation, but when I drive around, to your question earlier, like, are we having a problem? Initially, yeah, because people are adjusting, but if you drive by most households now, they're probably down to 2 bags anyways, because they know it's coming shortly. So the adjustment is, yeah, we might have a problem with heavy pickup, but we're trying to not have all those things go to the landfill. That's.
Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Lang.
I agree in principle. But the heavy items, I don't know that we're not having the heavy items go to the, I think what we're doing is we're going to start charging them to pick them up now. They're, either that or they're not going to move them. I'm going to agree with the rest of them. I'm not ready to get rid of the heavy item pickup this year. I mean, we can work towards it, maybe if we put these other things in effect. If that was to stay, I'm pretty well ready to vote on it tonight. The only question I have is commercial. We didn't address whether, if we're going to give the ag community 2 extra bags per week, are we going to do the same commercial or not commercial, or is there a size of commercial? Like, we have small place, like right in the village, Alec McDonald store. Does he get tags for that, or does he not get any? And I'm not saying one way or the other. I just want to know that we're very plain that what we're going to do. We have to, as long as it's black and white.
Through you, Mayor McDonald, commercial is an interesting subject. The contract is written such that we have limited commercial pickup. So the smaller commercial enterprises in South Glengarry who meet the bag limits will have their 2 bags picked up. Large commercial enterprises like major gas stations provide their own bins and pay to have a commercial disposal. So small businesses have it picked up. If you're a home-based business, you don't get your home base plus your 2 plus more. It's just the 2 for residential because you're likely zoned as residential, and that's what you're offered. Like Alex's store would have their 2 bag limit and no more. And if they need to purchase bag tags, they can do that within their operating model.
Councillor Jaworski.
Thank you. Ms. McDonald kind of went where I was going. Just, I wanted her to define how, like what's considered commercial. Is that home businesses, if they're zoned residential, they're not. So I wanted to make that was clear for the rest of council, because I think it impacts the answer.
Councillor McDonnell.
Through you, Mr. McDonald, I think to speak candid with it, I think we're all fine with so long as we don't lose the large pickup, I think we're all fine with it. Maybe there's value in having a committee of the whole to assess some of this, because I'm looking at your comment, or Deputy Mayor Lang's comment in regards to the curbside pickup for, say, light industrial, or, for example, somewhere that's residential exemption, to have a small business operating within the building or outside of the home. Like example, a barber shop or something like that, where they're probably only producing an extra bag or 2 bags a week that would meet that small bag limit, but why should the residents suffer if they are paying an adjusted tax rate? Example, in Glenwalter or in one of our urban settlement areas, so why would they be punished? Or even Alex store in Williamstown here. Say there's 2 apartments upstairs, or there's an apartment within that building as well as the resident or the commercial. So if there's 2 apartments, does the one apartment get 1 bag and the other one get 1? And that's where, like, I think if we sat down, we had a committee of the whole, and we assess how we want to actually handle the bag tags or exemptions or how that part, I think that's the only part we're really stuck on at this point. I think the base of this, as far as the days and the pickups, and as far as that's concerned, I think we're all right on, so long as we have the heavy pickup. But I think we should probably have a conversation, and probably this isn't the forum for assessing who gets exemptions and who doesn't. And I don't think we've ever really had the time to sit down and do that.
Through you, Mayor McDonald, so some of this is creeping very far away from a level of service, but I'll answer how we handle multi-residential units. So anyone who's paying, for example, with Alex's store, who we've been using as the example, they do pay taxes for 2 apartments and for a commercial area. So we maintain a list of any unit that is multi-res, and they get 2 bags per unit, so they would have 6. We have a number of, let's say, like cottage areas where it's one massive parcel, but there are 5 cottages on it, and they pay taxes accordingly for each of those dwellings, so they would get 2 bags per dwelling. So that list exists, and we update it as we find them, and we handle it in-house. Thank you.
All right, so the summary, it seems, is, as Councillor McDonnell said, if we are to vote on it, it seems like it's, in principle, a good idea. The $2 tags, the multi-units, and then the business listing seems to be where we're caught up. If we were to have could we have a subsequent meeting? Do you feel, if we approve it, we can always refine it later? Is that possible? Is that?
Yeah, that'd certainly be at the will of council. You can certainly approve something, and if you have a committee of the whole meeting, you want to make revisions, General Manager McDonald can always come back with revised report for council's consideration.
Okay, because I do know that recycling calendar is kind of a must for many community members, and we need to get a decision. And I apologize for perhaps talking this out in the improper form, but I think there was a lot to be talked about. So in that regard, I'll put it to a vote for the moment, and with the thought that those three refinements, if you have them listed, we could come back to a committee of the whole to change that, because we do need those dates in the calendar, and the next meeting is already into December. So moved by Stephanie Jaworski.
Point of,
Oh, sorry.
sorry, point of order. So are we going to modify the resolution? Because
yes.
I mean, the issue about how we want to have the big pickup day stay, do we need to modify or not?
Would you recommend the modification?
I would say you could amend your do-friendly amendment to your resolution. Do you mind if I just take a look? Just bear with me a moment. Yes, I'd recommend just changing the resolution, say, as outlined in Appendix 1 as amended, and that General Manager McDonald circulate an amended appendix that I can add on to that in the minutes.
Need a mover for that, or?
Sure, we'll take a mover for the amendment. Moved by Stephanie Jaworski, or Councillor Jaworski, and then we'll say seconded by Councillor McDonnell, because that also reads how it is here, so I will. Okay, so the amended resolution is moved by Stephanie Jaworski, seconded by Sam McDonnell. Be it resolved that staff report 177, 2022 be received and the council of the Township of South Glengarry approve 2023 service level for solid waste management services as outlined in Appendix 1 and amended. Is that? As amended. Of staff report 177, 2022. I'll ask for a vote. All those in favor? And carried. All right, thank you. We'll move now to action request 7C, Drinking Water Quality Management System. Moved by Sam McDonnell, yes, sorry, yes. We'll bring up, I'm forgetting my process. So it is moved by Sam McDonnell, seconded by Martin Lang, and we'll discuss it now. We have Mr. Sega and Mrs. McDonald available.
Thank you, Council, and through you, Mayor McDonald. I'm just going to, before I hand it over to Mr. Sege, give him a little introduction, since this is, I know you all know him, but it's the first council meeting of this term? That's what this is? Excellent. So this is Dylan Sege. He is our Director of Water and Wastewater. He's been with the township for over 5 years, and he is not going to, whenever he gives his report, say complimentary things about himself, because that's not in his nature. But in point number 6 of the report, it says A, the internal audit noted the competency of the QMS representative. And I wanted to read it out loud, since it is quite it demonstrates the quality of staff that we have here at South Glengarry. So the QMS representative, so Quality Management System representative, Dylan Sege, demonstrates a very high level of knowledge and commitment to the DWQMS, so the Drinking Water Quality Management System. He was very well organized and prepared for the internal audit, and responded to all questions with informed answers that were backed up with supporting documentation. And if any of you have ever been through a QMS audit, you know that it is incredibly dry. There are piles and piles of paperwork involved, and so to be organized enough to be able to flip through and find something and give the supporting documentation speaks very highly to how organized and efficient our water group is. So with no further ado, Mr. Sege.
Thank you, Mrs. McDonald. And through you, Mr. Mayor, as Mrs. McDonald has already started for me, tonight I am bringing forward both the internal and external audit for the DWQMS audit for 2022. It came a little earlier this year. Typically it comes in December, and we don't bring anything forward till the new year. but just the way things fell this year, it came a little early. Some of the, so throughout both internal and external, some opportunities for improvement were noted, and I don't want to say a couple, but 2 non-conformities during the internal, just to make improvements for the DWQMS. So as we're all stakeholders and we all share the responsibility for providing safe and reliable drinking water to our consumers and residents, this is why I'm bringing it forward for council, so you guys can review both the internal and external. Just a quick little wrap up. So obviously from the internal and external, we'll be reviewing both the OFIs and nonconformities to bring forward version 9 of the DWQMS for endorsement in early 2023. And we will follow up with council in early 2023 on that matter. So if council has any questions or comments or concerns, please feel free.
Councilor Bucci?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thanks Dylan for the report. I was just looking at one of the opportunities for improvement, Element 6 drinking water system. So Glen Walter should be changed to sodium hydrochlorite to be consistent with the systems in Lancaster Redwood systems. Is there a big price tag for that, or what's the process in doing that?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, back in 2016, 2017, we had a large upgrade. We went from sodium gas to sodium hypochlorite, which is just the liquid concentration of chlorine. It was a fairly large upgrade. It was a health and safety concern. We just did not capture it in the DWQMS. It's a simple switch from sodium gas to sodium hypochlorite. Very easy to look over, but definitely a good find from the auditor at that time for us to make an improvement to the DWQMS. If anyone else was to ever open up the book, they know we're using sodium hypochlorite at all of our stations and no longer using sodium gas.
All right, thank you. Councilor Jaworski?
You, through you, Mayor McDonald. Just echoing what Ms. McDonald said, Mr. Secretary, you've been the backbone of the water system now for as long as you've been here, essentially. So thank you for that, because there's been a lot of change, but you are a constant. So thank you so much for being that constant, and clearly very diligent and highly competent as well. And so thank you so much for this. Thank you for the reports. And I was just hoping, just to make a formal request, if you could circulate the 2021 audit. That one, I think that one was an on-site one, and we didn't get that one, but that would be fantastic just to have that as part of council's records. Great, thank you.
Okay, well, thank you. I'll just have to go back procedurally. I missed the resolution before I call the vote, so I'm just going to read that again. Moved by Sam McDonnell, seconded by Martin Lang. Be it resolved that Staff Report 178, 2022 be received, and that the Council of the Township of South Glengarry receive the 2022 internal and external audit summaries of the Drinking Water Quality Management System and acknowledges the document audit findings. I'll take that vote now. All in favor? Thank you. Carried. We will now move to pickup fleet update and direct request, item 7D on your agenda. Moved by Martin Lang, seconded by Trevor Bougie. Be it resolved that Staff Report 179, 2022 be received, and that the Council of the Township of South Glengarry direct administration to choose one of the following. Option A, do nothing and acknowledge that RFP 01-2021 and RFP 07-2021 will remain unfulfilled. Option B, accept the increased pricing of dollar amount, unit to be fulfilled RFP 01-2022, 2021, and RFP 07-2021, or option C, cancel and issue a new tender for 3 pickup trucks for delivery in 2023. To you, Mrs. McDonald.
Thank you, and Council, I'm sad to be bringing this report towards you, because I know we've been talking about these pickups for my entire tenure here, and I believe a year and longer for everyone else. So through you, Mayor McDonald, and to everyone here, this is the story of our pickups. So there's a lot written here, but it boils down to there were 2 RFPs circulated last year for a total of 7 pickup trucks. We received 4 of them, 3 were unfulfilled, and we are not getting those 3. as quoted. And at some point, if I start floundering, I'm hoping that Fire Chief Robertson will jump in, since he speaks trucks and I speak not so well with trucks. So the quotes that we received, item number 7 in the staff report, has the limitation or the qualification of prices, specifications, and availability are subject to change without notice and do not include certain fees, taxes, and charges that may be required by law or vary by manufacturer or region. So it's like when you watch those telecommercials and they blast out all the qualifications. So what's happened is we were quoted for 2021 units. They were never built by GMC. GMC is not going to build them. They've built 2022 units, and GMC does not price protect between years. So there are new things in the 2022 units. What they are, I have written down: standard front collision warning and automated emergency braking, standard blind spot monitoring and rear cross traffic alert, standard lane departure warning, and lane keeping assist. Luckily, both these tenders were awarded to the same bidder, and then they were really hesitant to come forward and to tell us that we weren't getting our pickups, and that if we wanted to have them, that like, no, you're not going to bail me out. You're going to keep going. All right. It was an awkward conversation on both ends. How about that? He didn't want to tell me, I didn't want to hear it, and here we are because we weren't sure how to proceed. The increase in price, so in 2021, the models were 33,000-ish, and the increase would be about 13,000. So it comes up to, I wrote down the number somewhere, nowhere useful, it turns out. So it comes to about $47,000, I believe, for each pickup truck, which is more than we were expecting. It wasn't really budgeted because we were able.
CO Mills would like to speak.
Thank you, Tim.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, the easiest way to explain this, whether it's the council or constituents, anybody that's watching, is if you've tried to replace a vehicle or buy a vehicle in the last 18 months, you're going to wait 18 months. Or if you pass up on the vehicle you want to buy, and you'll say, I'll wait till the next one, you're going to wait that much longer. So there are a number of issues that have come up for staff, which means also the municipality. The first thing is planning. So we put emphasis as staff on having a fleet plan, which wasn't as detailed in the past, perhaps, if it should have been. Now it is. Okay, so we have a good fleet plan. Then we got into the pandemic. So then there's the supply chain of all of the vehicles, and I know you're all nodding. You all understand, like we can't get vehicles. The other thing is it's causing a lot of work for staff, because we wouldn't be here doing a staff report or going back to Roy's or any other of the suppliers trying to work it out. You know, one of the other options we were considering was going through legal counsel because we have a contract. But within what it said at the bottom of the contract, that they reserve the right if the supply wasn't there. And then the other thing is in terms of service. So we're in the service delivery. So we have, you know, all of the staff over here that have vehicles within their fleet, and they need the vehicles for their employees to do the work. So if we don't get the trucks now, we risk them either breaking down or not providing the service that we promised to constituents. Yes, it costs more, but that's where we are. So we're really foreshadowing that, do we see this as a corporation stop the supply chain improving? We don't know. But we don't think it will improve.
Thank you, Mr. Mills. To Deputy Mayor Lang, and then to Councillor McDonnell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. Thank you, Sarah and Tim, for the report. I'm sure you didn't want to talk to them, they didn't want to talk to you, and we didn't want to hear it either. But it's the reality that we're in. We did receive 4, so I mean, you know, that's good news. We tendered for 7 trucks within the 2 tenders, but in the meantime, we bought out the lease of the 3. So we have 7 trucks now. Because one tender was to replace the 3 lease trucks, and we've now bought them out. So we do have 7 trucks. So these additional 3 that you show at the bottom of the report, the 2009 Sierras and the 2007 Sierra, I do believe by the age of them, we likely should be replacing them, but it's not like we haven't received 7 trucks. We do have the 3 2018s. So I'm okay with however we do it. I kind of assumed those other 3 trucks would be in the next year's budget, because we haven't really tendered for those ones, I don't think, have we? It would have been helpful if we had received the 7 we tendered for, and then when the buyout of the lease would have covered the 3 we needed this year. But I don't see it as so much as this year's problem. But I'm wondering to myself for 13,000 extra, if it might not be a good idea to just replace them, as if we put it out to a new tender, it might come in quite a bit higher than that, because I suspect we put it to a new tender now, at the end of 2022, we're going to be paying for 2023 trucks. And I suspect they've gone up again. So, I mean, the good news is we did buy out those leases, so we're still covered for the first 7, but I think we should consider the 13,000. I'm in favor of getting the 2022s. Did they assure us that we can get those? Or are we in the same boat, just hoping that they'll come in?
That is an excellent question, Deputy Mayor Lang, and through you, Mayor McDonald, and thank you to CAO Mills for rescuing me mid-staff report. So the additional information that I have in front of me, the trucks can be available in 2 to 3 weeks. They're on their way to South Glengarry, and we have word that if we, and this is, I don't want to fearmonger, I'm just going to pass on the information that I have in front of me, that if we don't take advantage of this, then prices are going up by another 5,000 to 7,000. Whether or not that's true, I don't know, but that's what we've been told. And to your point, yes, we did receive those trucks. So we've not canceled the rest of this RFP or tender because we didn't know when they'd come in. And this would be to replace 3 different units that would come up next on our, we included it in our staff report, our draft. It has draft written all over it. It hasn't been approved through council, but it is a start on our replacement asset management plan for fleet. And the note replacement, not growth. And the $70,000 is a bit high, but we didn't know what we were going to be working with. So excellent question, and thank you for asking.
Councillor McDonnell?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll support the $13,000 increase as well. I don't think you're getting it any cheaper. To be honest with you, I was in at Roy's this week, looking at probably the very trucks they're talking about. There's 6 blue ones on lot and 4 gray ones. So take your pick, mix match them, whatever you want. They're all work trucks, and they're all $60,000 to the average guy. So that truck used to be a $50,000 truck 3 years ago. So I don't think you're getting any better deal, and the guy at Roy's told me the same thing. They're going on a price increase, and they've already been told those 2022s came in, and they aren't even putting a price on the stickers coming in the window because they're getting an increase by the day, Brittany. So I think you take them at that. I think if you wait and retender it, you're not getting any better deal. And right now, those trucks are on lot. They did say they had another government contract that did get canceled, so they will be sitting on trucks. So I personally think we should jump on them now, or they'll be sold through the auction.
Thank you. It looks like we're heading towards option B, but Councillor Jaworski had something she'd like to say.
Yeah, thank you, through you, Mayor McDonald. Yeah, no, I mean, I hate using the word support because it's never fun when someone brings back a higher bill than what you'd hoped. But yeah, I mean, I think we need to move forward. We need to keep with the asset management plan. We don't know what the future is going to hold. These trucks are here. The situation is sadly how it is. One thing, though, I wanted to just clarify is, because we were looking at, there's half-ton pickups, and then there's the 3/4 ton. And I couldn't remember or couldn't find what happened. Did we get the 3/4 ton? We did get the new one. Okay, so this is only half-tons that we're looking for. Okay, thank you.
And just to confirm, Mrs. McDonald, that the new pricing would be $47,000 per unit, just so I can fill in the resolution approximately.
Through you, Mayor McDonald, it is between 46 and 47,000.
Okay, maybe we can fill specifically, but 47. We'll put 47, yes. Okay, great. So then I've read the motion beforehand, and it looks like I'd like to take a vote for all those in favor of going with option B, which is to accept the increased pricing range of $47,000 per unit to fulfill RFP 01/2021 and RFP 07/2021. So all those in favor? Carried. Okay, now action request 7E, Sapphire Estates Phase 5 preliminary acceptance. Moved by Trevor Bougie, seconded by Stephanie Jaworski. Be it resolved that staff report 180/2022 be received and that the Council of the Township of South Glengarry acknowledge the initial acceptance of the road works and preliminary acceptance of the site works for Sapphire Estates Phase 5, excluding the stormwater management pond, in accordance with the subdivision agreement dated October 17th, 2016. To you, Mrs. McDonald.
Thank you, and I'll be done after this one, I promise. Through you, Mayor McDonald, this report is to, well, you've already read the resolution, so you know what it is. I provided an update to council in late September or early October about the status of Sapphire Estates. It's located just east of Bayview. There's a map up on your screen, and it is coming along very, very well. The road base is in, the first lift of asphalt. Utilities are substantially in. We have all of our ditching work and swales at the back. The stormwater pond is underway. And we are this one is a little bit odd. The wording in the subdivision agreement wasn't entirely clear. It said that if this needed to come to council, but since it was kind of wishy-washy, I've written a wishy-washy recommendation where you're acknowledging and not accepting. So we are recommending that by accepting preliminary acceptance for both the roads work and the other site works, that, oh my goodness. Anyways, it allows for a release of security to the developer, and we believe that we're there, and then we hold for a year the remainder of the money for maintenance until the final lift of asphalt is in. And it's like we have had, sorry, attached to your package is the Tatham Engineering Certificate of Conformance certifying that everything is as per the contract drawings, and there are some wonderful photos if you're interested in seeing what it looks like. Thank you.
Thank you. And were there any questions of council for this particular staff report? No? All right. Well then, having read the resolution, I'm looking for a vote. All those in favor? Carried. So now we will move to item 7F, Lumley vacant land condominium draft plan approval. No. Oh, sorry. Did I skip a donation request? Oh, I'm in the right order. Donation request comes next, that's 7G. This is a longer resolution, so moved by Stephanie Jaworski, seconded by Sam McDonnell. Be it resolved that staff report 181/2022 be received and that the Council of the Township of South Glengarry recommends to the United Counties of Stormont, Dundas, and Glengarry, Director of Planning Services, to issue draft plan approval of the Lumley vacant lot condominium subject to the conditions as requested by the Township for the property legally described as part of lots K and L, concession 1 front, in the geographic Township of Schlottenburg, now in the Township of South Glengarry, County of Glengarry, known as 23100, or, yeah, County Road 2, Lancaster. The proposed draft plan conditions representing the requirements of the Township of South Glengarry can be found attached to the staff report 181/2022. The Council of the Township of South Glengarry carefully considered the comments from the public. However, these comments did not negatively impact the decision of the council to recommended approval. To you, Mrs. Haley.
Sorry, good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. So thank you for that long resolution and introduction. So it's been quite some time since Council has reviewed this this application and this property. So the property is located at 20310 County Road 2, just outside the village of Lancaster on the west side of the Raisin River. The proposed vacant land condominium is to consist of 9 residential units, 7 of which will become building lots, as there are already 2 existing residents on the property. These 7 lots will be, or 9 units will be accessed by an internal private road from County Road 2. And there will also be common element components to this vacant land condominium, being the internal roadways as well as open space for recreation purposes, which contains an existing detached residential garage. If this is approved, the common elements will be managed and maintained by a condominium association. So the subject property is approximately 14.8 acres in area, and we'll have great access to the St. Lawrence River, lots of great waterfront. As you can see in my staff report, I speak to the planning principles and policies. And so during the process, we also processed a site-specific zoning amendment that would rezone the property from residential 1 and floodplain holding to the residential 1 and open space exception 4 to recognize that existing residential garage. And we'll also have a portion of the property that will remain in floodplain holding. And then there's also going to be a special exception for condominium unit 9, which will rezone the property from residential 1 and floodplain holding to residential 1 exception 16 and floodplain holding to reduce the minimum lot frontage from 40 meters to 8 meters. So we had a public meeting for this property, or for this application, I should say. It was held on July 18th of 2022. We had one member of the public that participated in the public meeting, and that member was interested in the results of the hydrogeological report and peer review study. So several other members of the public also requested to be notified of the decision of the proposed vacant land condominium. So I'd like to give a little update on the hydrogeological component of the report. So the report was completed, peer reviewed, and it came back that there was additional testing that was required for a third well. That report has been updated and reviewed, and it's a recommendation of the peer reviewer to move forward and to place a condition in the draft plan approval that the pump test for that third well would be completed as a condition, as opposed to not doing so in advance. So now I'd like to just highlight some of the conditions that I've included in the staff report. These are fairly standard conditions. This development's a little more unique because we're creating a private road, not a public road. And so in this particular case, the two private roads would be much more narrow in width. The developer and their representative had requested council a number of years ago to allow them to consider allowing this development to be at a much narrower road width because of the vacant land condominium. So just looking at the conditions fairly quickly, they are quite standard. They talk about, not commencing site works in advance of having a condominium agreement. They talk about the conveyance of up to 5% of cash in lieu of parkland. Also, stormwater management requirements must be met. We must enter into a condominium agreement, and a lot grading and drainage plan will be required. A geotechnical study will be required. And again, that specific condition regarding the 6-hour pump test on the third well would have to be completed to ensure conformity with the Ontario D55 guidelines. And then, of course, we would make sure that all utilities are satisfied as well in the final approval. So what means with the staff report is the next steps would allow the United Counties to issue what's called draft plan approval. Then the proponent has 3 years to fulfill all the conditions to proceed with registration, and they can do as quickly as possible or take the full years, and they can even have extensions of conditions thereafter. So if there's any questions you have, I'll be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Councilor Jaworski, go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Mayor McDonald. Thank you, Ms. Haley, for your report. I'm sorry if I missed it, but just because it was one of the issues that was raised at the public meeting with regards to water quality, and you're talking about the well, I was wondering if you could just speak to that again, and also that particular resident had wanted further information. I don't know if it was information we were able to share with him, or if it was considered, if you could just speak to that, please.
During the public meeting, we did have a member of the public that was questioning the results of the hydrogeological study. I believe they just wanted to understand if there was going to be any impact to the neighborhood given the increase in development or increase in density in that area. And so at that time, the peer review study was underway. And so since then, there was a subsequent report that was that was updated by EVB Engineering, was sent to South Nation Conservation for peer review. South Nation Conservation Authority has reviewed that, and they've come back to me by email recommending that we include the requirement of the additional pump test as a draft plan condition. I've not updated the proponent, however, I will be doing so. I wanted to bring it to council's attention first. I didn't want to update that proponent until I presented to you this evening and included it in the staff report. And it's up to the United Counties to ensure that the peer review is satisfactory before they proceed with issuing draft plan approval.
In terms of the request from the resident who wanted copies of some of this information, are they allowed to have it? Can they request it? Did they already receive it?
They can, but I don't, they asked for two things. They asked for a list of the individuals who participated in the public meeting, and they also asked for the information regarding these studies. And once I have it, I will send it to them. What I can do in the meantime is give them the update of me receiving the direction to proceed with draft plan approval, but I wanted to bring it to council first. I don't have a full, complete copy of the final peer review as of yet to share with them. Yeah, I'm assuming I will get it soon. I understand there's staff shortage issues on the peer review end, and so we're just waiting for that final report to be released.
Are there any other questions of council? All right, we will put it towards vote. All those in favor? Carried. Now we will move on to action request 7G, donation request, Lancaster Santa Claus Parade. Mrs. MacDonald.
Good evening, Council. So as you saw in the report, it's a rather straightforward request from the group putting on the Lancaster Santa Claus Parade. They're looking for a donation of $1,500. And as we reviewed the budgeted amount in our grants and donations this year, we do have some room to support the request up to the requested amount. So I leave it to Council.
The resolution, did I read the resolution before entering this one? I don't. I'll read it at the end again, sorry. I will progress procedurally as we carry on with our meetings. So it is resolved that staff report 186-2022 be received and that the council provide a donation of, and it's asking how much we wish to donate to the Lancaster Firefighters Association for the 2022 Santa Claus Parade. And that was moved by Sam McDonnell and seconded by Trevor Bougie. So any thoughts on that amount? Mr. Bougie?
Through Mr. Mayor, I feel it's a great event. I mean, the prices of all the things that they listed here, insurance, plaques, candy, and whatnot, is going up, so I'm fine with $1,500 to support the parade. It's well-attended, great event, so I'm in favor.
Okay, it seems like a lot of head nods on that one. So the request was for $1,500. So I'll just put that in there. So the resolution reads the same, but with 1,500 filled in. With that, I'll carry out a vote. Or did you have a question?
Just a general comment, I guess. We're coming up on November, and it's coming up on budget. Well, we're coming through November. We're coming up on budget time. Now is the time to maybe also put out some of these reminders that, you know, this probably should be now for next year. Things like that, right? Just getting on top of it, because we have penalized other groups that do come to us for funding late in the year and on a tight timeline. So I don't want to do that, especially in this situation. It's not a huge ask, but just going forward that, you know, maybe submit 2 this year so that they can keep on the annual basis. We have a feeling it's coming every year, so just good to have those advance of budget.
Okay, we'll go to Mrs. MacDonald, then Mr. Robertson.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just to note, we have advertised. Our communications coordinator was on top of that, and we've also, this policy is up for review in 2023, so just to get council thinking, we've incrementally increased it every year by $2,500, and we're meeting that, if not like going a little over. So it's something to consider as we approach budget, what our new threshold might be, because obviously we have a lot of community groups who appreciate our support.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Just to add a quick comment, for clarification, this is the Lancaster Firefighters Association. It is not the fire department. It is the members of the department, just so residents are well aware of that. This is not funding for the fire service. The parade in Lancaster has been operated and overseen by other community groups in the past. Through COVID, they're having difficulties with members stepping forward to run it. The Lancaster Firefighters Association was approached very recently to assist to inquire if they would assist to implement the parade. They have stepped forward to do it in conjunction with some of the former members of the other agencies, so thus the reason for the late request. So they are well aware that we have a budget process, and for moving forward, they'll follow that request.
Perfect, thanks for the clarification.
And for the policy too, since it's a little off topic, so if I can go there. It does say it has to be by request. It might be something we wish to look at in the future for a few key events that we know we're probably unlikely to support, so that they don't have to ask. That was removed a few years ago, and I saw Councillor Bougie's hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just going to allude to that same fact. Like, what is the process in notifying these community groups? Like, I know the deadline's coming up November 25th, that they have, or ish, that they have to submit the request.
It was put as the last Friday of November to try and get in advance of the budget. And I know at one point there was a retrenchment from delivery of notice, and I think we've since added to it because we didn't want to just have the same groups getting it automatically. It was so that it would apply, but that might be changing. Mrs. McDonald?
I was just going to say, through you, Mr. Mayor, it does seem like we've heard from all of the usual groups already. We've been getting forms through our website and delivered, so I think when we're preparing for budget, if there's any that may have missed the notice, we can make sure that they are reminded.
Excellent. Then I will call this vote, as we don't want to belabor the issue. So it's $1,500. The staff report reads otherwise the same. All in favor? Carried. So now we move to Section 8 bylaws of our agenda, and the first one is 8A Lachance McKay zoning bylaw amendment. Moved by Trevor Bougie, seconded by Martin Lang. Be it resolved that staff report 182/2022 be received, and that bylaw 77/2022 being a bylaw to amend bylaw 3809, the comprehensive zoning bylaw for the township of South Glengarry, to rezone the property legally described as the part of Lot 8 and 9, Concession 1, in the geographic township of Lancaster, now in the township of South Glengarry, County of Glengarry, located at 6258 151st Avenue, PIN 671370380, from Limited Service Residential, LSR, to Limited Service Residential Special Exemption 10, LSR 10, to permit an existing residential garage to be the main permitted use on the subject property, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and sealed in the open council this 21st day of November 2022. The Council of the Township of South Glengarry confirms that there were no comments received from the public that resulted in the need to deny this application. Therefore, there was no effect on the decision. Mrs. Haley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So as you mentioned, this property is located at 6258 151st. It is approximately 0.36 acres in size. It contained a single detached dwelling that had been recently demolished as they were concerned that the dwelling was unsafe. That dwelling was privately serviced, so there's still a septic that remains on the property, and therefore the property now simply contains an existing detached residential garage. The property owners were hoping to keep the garage because it's in decent shape, and it would allow them to either redevelop the property or sell the property for redevelopment purposes in the future sometime. So the purpose of the zoning amendment is to rezone the subject property from limited services residential to limited services residential exception 10 to permit the existing residential garage to be the main permitted use on the subject property. The proposed zoning amendment conforms to the official plan as well as the provincial policy statement. And we held a public meeting on November 7th. There was a few amendment applications that were on that meeting. There was one member of the public in attendance as well as the applicant. The member of the public did speak and just asked for clarifications about how the property could be serviced if it were to be developed in the future, and if the existing septic system could be used. So we answered those questions accordingly, and there were no negative comments or written objections filed against the proposed amendment. We also circulated it to the Conservation Authority, and the Conservation Authority had no concerns, and they provided comments indicating no objections, and that because the property is adjacent to a floodplain, it's not likely to be impacted, and the existing structure is located outside of the hazard. So if this is approved, the garage will be permitted to remain, and the property would then be zoned limited services residential exception 10. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Were there any questions of council? Councillor Jaworski?
Thank you, through you, Mayor McDonald. Mrs. Haley, certainly I'm in support of this, but one question that I had is that it seems to me that this whole process was essentially it was to bring a property back into conformance where a house had been demolished. But now, like, this property is on, like, it's being marketed for sale, it's being marketed as a building lot. So the intention is not that it stays, at least that seems the stated intention is not that it stays just a single garage. So I guess where I'm going with this is, was there no other alternative process that we could have adopted so that we're not now designating this property as garage only for the future, just in case something like this comes up again? It just seems like we're sort of not really, like it's bureaucratic, but not necessarily the end result that we want.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, unfortunately, there is no other process. Ideally, what would happen is the proponents would reach out to us in advance of demolition. We would provide them the options of what they can or can't do. And really, we would encourage the dwelling to only be removed at the time of rebuilding a new dwelling so that you're not putting the property in compliance. I really don't know how unsafe the structure was, other than, listening to the property owner and listening to their concerns, and I'm sure their concerns were very valid. So in this case, because we can't control when someone's going to rebuild, we can't put timelines on it. We knew that the property was going to be going up for sale, that it's in their best interest, if they want the garage to remain, to go through this process. It doesn't eliminate a house from being built, it just allows that garage to remain. They could find a buyer that could buy this property tomorrow and only build in 5 years from now. So that's really why there's no other option. Temporary use bylaw would not apply because the garage was in existence, it was in compliance, it came out of compliance, so the temporary use is not a satisfactory process in this case.
Just thinking in the worst case scenario, the house never gets built, and it doesn't have to be.
Hence, excuse me, Mr. Mayor, hence the purpose of the zoning amendment, and that way then it would be permitted to remain.
All right, no other questions? Okay, I'll take it to a vote. All those in favor? Carried. Now we're looking to bylaw 8B, McLean zoning bylaw amendment. Moved by Martin Lang, seconded by Stephanie Jaworski. Be it resolved that staff report 183, 2022 be received, and that bylaw 78, 2022 being a bylaw to amend bylaw 3809, the comprehensive zoning bylaw for the township of South Glengarry, to rezone the property legally described as East Part Lot 19, Concession 1 Front, in the geographic township of Charlottenburg, now in the township of South Glengarry, county of Glengarry, located at 18883 County Road 2, from rural RU to rural special exception 19, RU 19, to permit 3 existing single detached dwelling units and accessory residential structures to be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and sealed in open council this 21st day of November 2022. Council of the Township of South Glengarry confirms that no comments from the public were received on this application, and therefore there was no effect on the decision. To you, Mrs. Haley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this staff report is fairly similar to the one that we just dealt with. However, it's slightly different in terms of what the property contains. So this property is located at 18883 County Road 2. It's approximately 5 acres in size. And it currently contains 3 single detached dwellings as well as accessory residential structures, and these dwellings are privately serviced. This zoning amendment was a result of a severance application known as B8822. The applicant or the property owner was wanting to sever the approximate 5-acre parcel, and the retained land would then be sold to a local business. And it'll result in, if it's approved, rezoning the property from rural to rural special exception 19 that would then allow the 3 existing single detached dwelling and accessory residential structures to remain on the subject property. The proposed use does meet the general intent of the official plan as well as conforms to the provincial policy statement. We circulated to the Raisin Region Conservation Authority, and they had no objections or concerns to the proposed amendment, and also had a condition on the consent application. And of course, we also circulated to the United Counties of SD&G Transportation Department, as it's on County Road 2, and they too had no comments on the proposed zoning amendment as they were dealing with their conditions as part of the consent process. And at the public meeting on November 7th, there was no members of the public in attendance, no comments brought forward that were positive or negative, and these structures have been there for quite some time. It's not like it's any new structures, any new use to the area, so administration has no concerns with this continuing to remain. So thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Haley. Did anybody on council have any questions or comments? Nope. Okay, then we'll put it to vote. All those in favor? Carried. Move to bylaw 8C, site plan approval, designation, and delegation of authority bylaw. Moved by Stephanie Jaworski, seconded by Sam McDonnell. Be it resolved that staff report 184/2022 be received, and that bylaw 79/2022, being a bylaw to designate and delegate site plan control approval authority under section 41, 4.0.1 of the Planning Act, RSO 1990, CP 13, as amended, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and sealed in open council this 21st day of November 2022. Mrs. Haley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this staff report is a staff report you have not seen before. We've certainly not discussed any of these changes in the past that have resulted such changes to how we do our processes. So you'll see in my staff report that Bill 109, being More Homes for Everyone Act, was introduced on March 30th of 2022 and received royal assent on April 14th, 2022. Bill 109 introduced changes to the Planning Act, City of Toronto Act, the Development Charges Act, and it appeared that the goal was to speed up certain planning approval processes, provide the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing with new tools to address dispute resolution, and to reduce the risk associated with development costs by changing relevant changes and charges and refunds. To address the province's interest in speeding up approval processes, the ministry made the following changes to site plan control that came into effect of July 1st of 2020. So those changes are site plan control applications will need to be deemed complete or incomplete within 30 days of receipt of the application and payment. Once a complete application is accepted, a decision needs to be made within 60 days from receipt of the complete application. And site plan control decisions will be required to be made by staff. Council's authority to approve site plans and to enter into site plan agreements have been removed from the legislation. So I want to break that down briefly. So to deem an application incomplete or incomplete within 30 days is really not a difficult task for South Glengarry. We're generally doing that much quicker. However, to process it and have a decision made within 60 days of the receipt of the completed application can be tricky. And I'll explain to you why. Oftentimes when we're dealing with commercial developments, we're engaging agencies that are outside of our control. Agencies such as the Ministry of Transportation, the United Counties Transportation Department, the Raisin Region Conservation Authority. With everyone's workload, we tend to not always have a really quick turnaround time for commercial style developments. There's often stormwater management approvals that are required in there. And interestingly enough, sometimes it's the provincial agencies that are taking the longest. So for the province to introduce this shorter time frame, they too made the commitment that the provincial agencies would do their best to meet those comments within 45 days, I believe it is. That would give the municipalities only 15 days to finalize the approval and issue the decision. So also, we can typically meet those timeframes for residential site plan controls. However, that'll be changing. That'll be a subsequent discussion later this evening. But it's important to note that we'll do our best to keep these timeframes. So I'm just going to get into a few more details of some other changes before I speak to that a little further. So another component to this bill 109 is to reduce the risk of development costs to developers, and municipalities are required to gradually refund fees for zoning bylaw amendments if legislated timelines to make a decision are not met, and this will come into effect on January 1st, 2023. So for example, our current application is $1,200 to do a zoning amendment. If we do not make a decision within 90 days, we have to issue a 50% refund. If we take 150 days, it's 75% refund. If it's beyond that, it's 100% refund if no decision is made within 210 days. And there's only additional 30 days that are required for an official plan amendment. So I think what we're going to see happen is we used to process official plan amendments and zoning bylaw amendments simultaneously. That's going to be tough to do now because official plan amendments tend to take longer than that. And so then we don't want to put ourselves in a position where we're having to refund dollars because we haven't been able to meet the 90-day requirements. Another thing too with site plan control that's coming into effect on January 1st is if we don't make the decision within 60 days, it's a 50% refund. Within 90 days, 75% refund, and within 120 days, it's 100% refund. And I have many examples of some of our commercial developments that have gone well beyond the 120 days. And our previous council has experienced some of those applications, again, just because we're generally waiting on external agencies. So there's also been given, this is a unique one, and I like this change. Bill 109 establishes a one-time discretionary authority to allow municipalities to reinstate draft plan of subdivisions that have lapsed within 5 years without the need for a new application, where no agreement of purchase and sale have been entered into before the lapsing of the subdivision. So I just want to explain that maybe in clearer language for a second. Currently, when you receive draft plan approval for a subdivision, it expires within 3 years. You have the ability to ask for extensions. However, you could have a developer that would simply forget to request the extension. You may have the approval authority that may forget to send out a reminder. They're not obligated to send reminders, so it could happen. In this case, we would then have the right to reinstate that previous draft plan approval on a one-time basis only. That would allow that developer to continue or advance their development. And that's a huge savings for the developer. It's very costly to get to the draft plan stage. So we'll see if that's a tool that we'll be using. Now getting to site plan control. So as I mentioned earlier, that the province has removed the council's role in site plan control review, approval, and entering into agreements. The Planning Act now requires a delegation of authority bylaw for land use planning, a bylaw to appoint an authorized person for Section 41(4) of the Ontario Planning Act, which is site plan control. And then we'll be looking at maybe amending the tariff of fee bylaw because of the reduction in payments if we're not doing the processes timely. So their goal is to become more efficient use of staff and council's times to speed up the process for several planning approval processes. And the proposed changes using the provincial wording is to free up council's time for more pressing matters, reduce the time staff are required to spend on detailed reports and presentations for routine approvals. Those are the two main ones I'd like to highlight. Listening to and working with other municipalities, both in SDNG and outside of SDNG, and kind of really watching the larger ones that have legal staff and seeing what their changes are, it's interesting to see the discussions that are happening where municipalities are now thinking of creating a two-phase submission approach, which really is not meeting the intent of speeding up the process. But the reason why they're doing that is because they're concerned that they're not going to be able to meet that 60-day prescribed timeline. So what they're doing is many municipalities are setting up what's kind of a pre-submission. And they would allow applicants to submit. We could do a general circulation to the applicable agencies. They would do a quick review, make sure what's missing is highlighted. Then we go back to them with a list so that when we get their application, it is complete. And to put that into perspective, I don't know if I've ever had a fully completed site plan control application, ever. Because oftentimes they're either not meeting the requirements of our bylaw. It could be something as simple as putting geodetic elevations on the site plan. Oftentimes they're not, submitting a complete stormwater management report or design with it. So I understand why municipalities have put this in place. So this is going to be something that we're going to have to consider internally, is how are we going to be setting up our application processes to ensure that we're not putting the municipality in a position where we're having to refund money because I haven't done my job well enough and I've missed something. Another thing that I'd like to point out, and you'll see in the bylaw, is, as I mentioned, Bill 109 requires council to appoint an officer, employer, and agent of the municipality as an authorized person for the purposes of site plan control. The bylaw is authorizing myself as the general manager of planning, building, and enforcement to issue the approval, and is then authorizing myself and the clerk to enter into agreements. I think it's important to have the clerk involved, as the clerk can bind the corporation, and then the agreements are signed. We'll continue registering them on title, and our clerk will make sure they're filed accordingly. We've also included in the bylaw that we have an alternate for me, and the alternate would be our chief building official / director of development. And that's the process we're currently using right now, is that I'm kind of looking after the process. I rely heavily on our chief building official to do the review of the site plan. We will involve our general manager of infrastructure when needed. And we're approving those documents, the site plans, and then we're bringing the agreements to council. So really what's going to change for council is you're not going to see any of the agreements any longer. What we can do, though, is we can provide you updates, whether it's in our quarterly report, you know, kind of what's changed in planning applications, because you're going to see more of these changes coming down where council's authority is being diminished, for a lack of a better word. So we'll have to look at a way of improving our reporting to council, so you can still have an idea of what's going on and what developments are occurring. Just a couple more things I want to highlight. So to address the legislated progressive refunds of applications, we will be coming back to council to look at our tariff of fees for planning applications. Our applications have been reviewed fairly consistently with council. The last time they were updated was 2014, with most of them not having changed since 2009. I assure you, we are nowhere near recovering our cost of fees. For example, at a site plan control application at $750, it costs me about $530 to have it registered on title. So we're not making any money at all. We're losing money significantly in that process. So that's something that we'll definitely be looking at in 2023. So that's all I really want to explain. I think the bylaw is very clear, being it really looks at those three components only, which would be providing the general manager of planning, building, and enforcement as the authorized person for approval of plans, the clerk and the general manager to enter into the agreements, with the chief building official and director of development as the backup person for a delegated approval authority. And then we have in closing the CAO is hereby authorized to resolve any conflict or ambiguity, I can't even say that, I'm sorry, regarding the individual or individuals of the township authorized to exercise any delegation. So thank you.
All right, and thank you for mentioning the cost recovery, because we have to keep in mind who benefits and who pays in that regard as a kind of a staple of what we do. But Councillor McDonnell wanted to make a comment or question.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, I guess some of the changes to this are concerning somewhat in the timeframes, and I guess as we look at more or less incomplete applications coming to us, or not properly finished applications coming to us, that we not be penalized that way. But personally, I have no issue having site plan taken off our plate. To me, we're not planning experts, nor is it really our job to criticize a development at the end of the day. What we want in some thought, we're not a local planning group that approves the look of houses. We're here to make rational decisions. And to me, I don't think it's really council's job anyways as it is, but that's, I think, leave it to the professionals myself. But I do have some concern with some of the timelines as you outlined. So I guess just kind of some of my comments, I guess if there's timelines, are there any you are very concerned about, or do you feel we should be changing some of the way we go about some things? Or I know you've kind of alluded to some of it, but.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think we'll be looking at, I'm not sure if I'll be looking at establishing an internal SOP on a full two-stage approach, because we don't have a lot of agencies. We're lucky we work very closely with the Raisin Region Conservation Authority and and the United Counties. So it's easy for us to reach out and speak to one another, that hopefully we can kind of maybe informally determine what we're accepting or not accepting. It'd be more pulling in any provincial agencies that might be more of a concern, although they've committed to meet the timeline. So that may prove to be the case. This is not uncommon in Ontario. We bring a lot of things to council that we necessarily wouldn't bring if we were the city of Ottawa or Kingston or Windsor or Toronto. Council members would definitely deal with more high-level things. So having delegated authority for site plan control is something that probably the city of Ottawa has done for 25 plus years. So, I respect your comment when you say you're not experts. And the one thing about site plan control is it really is not a huge planning process, because the official plan designation's already in place, the zoning's already in place. It's really now about controlling the site and make sure that it works, it functions, it flows, it has adequate parking, lighting. So it really is about the details of the development. It's not about setting the goals and objectives of how that property is to be used. So I didn't see that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just a subsequent, I guess, or a comment in that. I guess, to me, I don't necessarily want to keep seeing them. Like you said, maybe in a different aspect of when the consent posts come through, what's being passed through for consent or for severance, more in a I guess it'd be in a different aspect as those come to us before they're completely approved, but more as as a report, whether it's quarterly or what site plans have gone through, or whether it's on a as they come through basis. But for me, it's not gonna change much of my day.
I believe Councillor Jaworski had a question or a comment.
Thank you, through you, Mayor McDonald. Actually, I have two questions. If it's all right, I'd like to do them separately. So thank you, Ms. McDonald. You have, there's a lot of information coming at you, and I appreciate you putting as much time as you had in writing this out for us. So my first question has to do with, and I think it was very important, and I want to highlight, we are generally very good about getting stuff done by the timelines for the work that's dependent on us. It's these other, particularly the provincial ones, that if we're going to be waiting, we're waiting on them. And so perhaps a lot of this getting homes built faster, perhaps they could do some more looking inward about improving their processes instead of putting it out the way they are. But on that point, so we're meant to refund these fees. What happens when it's their fault that we're not meeting these deadlines? Are they reimbursing us for the fees that we have to refund, or has there been any discussion of that? So that's my first question.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, that did come up as a question in one of the training sessions that was offered online through the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing. And the comment that was received was that they will ensure that they're meeting their comments within the 45 days to allow the municipalities to have the 15 days. So far, I have completed two pre-consultation meetings for commercial developments, fairly significant commercial developments since July 1st. And the Ministry of Transportation in this case was the provincial agency. They were very responsive. They were very upfront as to what was permitted and what wasn't permitted. So hopefully with these pre-consultation meetings, which we've always done and will continue to do, will provide clear directions so that when we get the application, I'll know whether to send it back or advance it because I've received the applicable information up front. I'll let you know what happens when it happens.
Thank you, but it does sound like we're going to be trying to do extra work up front to make sure that we're not held back again by provincial authorities. So my second question has to do with the site plan, and I hear what Councillor McDonnell is saying is that we're not experts, and maybe this is where you can help clarify with the process. Maybe I'm getting confused with the process. I do find oftentimes through the public consultation process there are important points that come up that do potentially impact the site plan. I know things have come up at this table where parking issues, and you've said, oh, that's something we can definitely address through the site plan process. And I guess I want to have some assurance or understanding of is there still room for that, we're still getting a lot of input to make sure that what happens is as good as it, can be within reason?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, what you're speaking of are examples of approvals that the council has granted through zoning bylaw amendments or through minor variances as the Committee of Adjustment. Right now, we don't do public consultation on site plan control. It's not required. And nor does council get to see them in advance or get to comment. So really, if we're using, let's say, our example of the November 7th Committee of Adjustment meeting where there was a potential addition on a commercial structure, we'll say, well, that will be subject to site plan control, and we'll be making sure that, the parking is adequately sized, the loading docks are, that just comes down to myself and other staff members doing their job. So I guess we'll have to do our best to make sure we capture all of those concerns. Our site plan control bylaw is very detailed, although it's going to be changing. I suspect I'll be bringing it to council probably in January, February for a couple of reasons. One would be because of Bill 23. The other one would be because of the changes that maybe we're adopting this evening. And then with the public meeting we had earlier tonight regarding cannabis facilities, that'll be something we'll be adding. So it'll be being amended in the new year. So you'll have a chance to look to see how specific we are on the details that are required for site plan.
Okay, I'll just read the resolution again because it's been some time. Moved by Stephanie Jaworski, seconded by Sam McDonnell. Be it resolved that staff report 184-2022 be received and that bylaw 79-2022 being a bylaw to designate and delegate site plan control approval authority under section 41 4.0.1 of the Planning Act RSO 1990 CP 13 as amended be read a first, second, third time, passed, signed, and sealed in open council this 21st day of November 2022. All in favor? Carried. Now to move to bylaw 8D, to sell and transfer township-owned land. Oh, and if you could, Mrs. Haley, just put your mic closer, for the audience. So moved by Sam McDonnell, seconded by Trevor Bougie. Be it resolved that staff report 185-2022 be received and that bylaw 80-2022, oh my goodness, I did that last time too. Okay, bylaw 80-2022 be a bylaw to authorize the sale of lands in accordance with the terms of bylaw 21-2021 for the land described as lot 33 and part of South Branch Road, north side of William Street, registered plan 19, Williamstown, being compromised of PIN 6712-10479 to Todd and Wendy Rozo for the value of $10,000 plus HST, and that all costs associated to the sale and the land be paid by the purchaser. Mrs. Haley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I apologize that my resolutions are always very long. So in mid-September, Administration and Council received a request from South Glengarry property owners, Mr. and Mrs. Rozo, to purchase an unopened road allowance located at the intersection of County Road 19 and Williams Street in Williamstown, which is just south of the Raisin River. The proposed purchasers had recently purchased the property to the west of the unopened road allowance located at 19679 Williams Street, and their goal is to redevelop the property. They retained a surveyor to complete a survey, and the survey revealed that a portion of the existing dwelling is located on the subject unopened road allowance. If you look at the drawing in my staff report, you'll see the area highlighted in yellow that contains the deck of the existing detached dwelling. And so that obviously was a concern to the property owner, and they approached us to see if it would be possible to purchase the land. So we've followed the bylaw 2021, being the sale and purchase of property bylaw, that would allow council to declare the land as surplus. And the property has been surveyed. The property has also been appraised. During the survey, it was realized that the unopened road allowance was comprised of 2 pins. And so the property owner is proposing to purchase one of the pins, which is the one you read in the resolution. And the other pin is a very small parcel of property. It's been determined that there is no legal owner for that. And so if we wanted to gain ownership, we would have to do a vesting order through Superior Court to assign ownership. And that's something we may look at a later date if the property is interested. The property was appraised by an appraiser obtained by the buyer, and it was appraised at a value of $10,000. Because we're supposed to have this looked at from a third-party perspective, instead of paying for a whole complete new appraisal, we asked N. McEachran, Pace, and Maloney to do a peer review of the appraisal. They charged $395 for that process, and they agreed with the $10,000. At least this way, this is very transparent, and we know that the $10,000 value is accurate. So at the November 7th council meeting, council agreed to sell the land at a value of $10,000 plus HST. So we now have this staff report and resolution before you that would allow us to proceed with transferring the land and allowing the mayor and clerk to sign all applicable documents. And the value that it would be sold for would be the $10,000 plus HST, as well as the $395.50 peer review cost. Thank you.
All right, thank you, and thank you for including HST in the resolution. Is there any questions or comments from council for this particular matter? All right, all those in favor? Carried. And now we will move into items for consideration. I believe it was, does 9A come before 10B moves up? I think it was Bill 23, so if we could have that item brought forward.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Jaworski requested to bring that item forward, and Ms. Haley can speak to the report.
Sorry, did you want, am I starting on this one? Or?
No, through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe we're touching on the added item first.
Okay, perfect.
It's not in the original agenda package, so.
Sorry for the hesitation, Mr. Mayor. I was wanting, I thought maybe you were going to speak first, being you pulled the report forward, so I apologize for the delay.
No, my bad. No, but I would like you to walk us through it, because we just got, we didn't have tons of time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I apologize for getting it to you late. It's just, it's a lot of information to summarize with other things going on. So thank you for allowing me to add it to the agenda on Friday afternoon. So Bill 23, the More Homes Built Faster Act, has been recently introduced. It was introduced on October 25th. It brings quite a few changes that will impact different pieces of legislation, which I'll explain a little bit further. So, I'm sorry here, and I wish I would have printed this out, and I forgot to do so, so I'm sorry. So the proposed act introduces changes, or the proposed legislation introduces changes to 10 different acts in Ontario, and their goal is to further reduce bureaucratic inefficiencies, improve processes that will end up I think you're creating more affordable housing opportunities. So the impacted acts include the City of Toronto Act, the Conservation Authorities Act, the Development Charges Act, the Municipal Act, the New Homes Construction Act, the Ontario Heritage Act, the Ontario Land Tribunal Act, the Ontario Underground Infrastructure Notification System Act, the Planning Act, and the Supporting Growth in Housing in York and Durham Regions Act. So you can see that not all of those acts are going to impact South Glengarry. And in fact, there'll only be a few components of the changes that will impact us. So the first one I'd like to highlight is the Conservation Authorities Act. And I don't have a really great grasp on what this means. There's a lot of discussion that's happening. There's a lot of papers that are being issued, whether it's from agencies like AMO to different law firms that are putting out opinion pieces. Even consulting firms are providing updates, and it seems like there's updates coming to us very, very frequently because they're learning more and more as they dive into this legislation. And because there's such a short time frame to provide comments, I think a lot of different professionals and organizations have been spending a lot of time to understand the changes. And I know our local conservation authority, being Raisin Region Conservation Authority, have done a great job in reviewing the impacts and what it means, and they've submitted their concerns, I understand, to Conservation Ontario as well as to the province. So we know that there's going to be changes made to the Conservation Authority Act. It's really going to come down to what they can and can't review and what they can and can't permit. And what I'm understanding, and if I use wetlands as an example, maybe the Conservation Authority might not be able to do reviews or issue permits, but it appears that those roles are not being removed from municipalities. So it'll remain with the municipalities, let's say, to protect and enforce provincially significant wetlands. When you think of a municipality of our size, we don't have watershed planners or water resource engineers on staff, biologists on staff. So we're hearing from different agencies that maybe, and associations, that maybe it just means that we retain the staff of conservation authorities that would then work on our behalf to do the reviews and still be involved in the processes, but they're just not part of their processes under the Conservation Authority Act. So there's a lot more to learn on that, and there's a lot more to see what will come. And I think what's going to make a difference on that as well is the proposed provincial policy statement change, which we believe will be coming out in early 2023. And that will give us a better understanding of what municipalities are obligated to continue to enforce or not. There's also changes made to the Development Charges Act. South Glengarry currently doesn't have any development charges. One of the changes to the Act is really talking about affordable housing, doing reductions for affordable housing. There's many development charge bylaws throughout the province that already do that. And so there's some municipalities that may be impacted more than others. But for South Glengarry, if we ever consider developing a development charges background study and bylaw, we'll obviously have to conform to the new legislation. I'm going to skip down in my summary to the Ontario Heritage Act because that does impact South Glengarry directly. And it's a project we want to work on with this new legislative changes that might make us do it sooner than later. So the province will provide standards and guidelines for ministries or prescribed public bodies to determine the heritage status of structures they occupy, and the decisions may be subject to the review of the minister. So the municipalities will be required to have a register of all properties designated under Part 4 of the Act. They must be accessible to the public on the municipality's website, and some authority is removed if it's not. Alterations to the process to amend or repeal a bylaw designating a site is defined in a defined area as the Heritage Conservation District. So right now, and I think our clerk can speak to this a little bit better than I can, but we do have a bylaw. We have a bylaw that recognizes some of our heritage sites. This is a project that we've been talking about doing for the last probably 4 or 5 years, where South Glengarry really needs to improve upon, both in terms of a list of federally heritage properties, provincially heritage properties, and also looking at our own heritage properties and how we want to protect them. It's important then to develop policies and internal procedures around those properties, as well as to map those properties. Because if we were to have someone walk into our office tomorrow and say, can I do this to this building because we think it's a heritage home, we would not be able to answer that question very easily. We would struggle in pulling together some of that information, and it would result in quite a bit of work for a staff member to answer that and properly review it to ensure that we're not allowing construction to occur that would impede upon their designation. So again, that's something that we've been wanting to do anyway, but once we do it, we will then have to have that register on our website that's available for public viewing. One change to the Ontario Tribunal Act is that seems to be fairly new, is the ability for the chairman or the tribunal to award costs. Anytime you went before the Ontario Land Tribunal, you could ask for costs to be awarded if you felt it was a frivolous appeal. Very rarely happened. Most of the time, each side was obligated to pay their fee. And in this case, that authority will be given to the chairman. There's also an ability for the chairman, I believe, to dismiss an appeal in its entirety if they feel it's frivolous. There's also going to be a removal of third-party appeals as well on certain planning processes, meaning that the decision is final, they can't appeal. I'm now going to jump down to the Planning Act changes. So we've heard a lot of discussions in the media about allowing up to 3 dwelling units. And at the very beginning, there was a lot of talk about what does this mean. It seems to be pretty clear that if you have a parcel of property that has an existing dwelling, an existing detached garage, you're now allowed to have 3 units within those 2 structures. So, and it's going to come down to, they still have to be serviced. So if we have no water and wastewater capacity, it's my understanding that we have no obligation to issue that additional unit. If the property is too small and we don't have space to improve or increase the septic system or add a new one, then there'll be no obligation to increase the additional unit. So we'll be changing our bylaws accordingly, although this is going to be as of right, but we'll still update our documents to make sure we're consistent with the provincial changes. Another item that's been changed is that a maximum timeline for zoning bylaws to conform to official plans are now been set as 1 year. We used to have, I believe it was 5 years to bring your bylaw into conformity, so 1 year is going to be quick. Bylaws are a big project to work on. There's also going to be limitations on who can appeal the adoption of an official plan. There's currently limitations on that, but those limitations will be added to. And I'm just trying to see what's impacting South Glengarry here. One change that's going to occur that will definitely impact us is residential development of less than 10 units on a single parcel of property will no longer be subject to site plan control. We don't get a lot of developments where we have multiple residential units, but where it will impact us is on our very small lots, our waterfront lots, where site plan control has been beneficial to protect the neighbors, to ensure that we're capturing grading and drainage issues. We're looking at access, parking, things like that. Although in a seminar that we attended a few weeks ago with Cunningham Swan, it was recommended that we enter into development agreements. We still have tools in the Municipal Act where we can do that. So that's something that staff is going to be looking at to see how do we maybe still ensure those conformities so that our abutting property owners are not negatively impacted. Then there's been changes made to parkland. There's a few examples of how parkland will be collected, dedicated, and it does speak to kind of the sites, the sizes of the sites. And we also, this one's interesting, that municipalities will be required to spend or allocate 60% of parkland reserve funds at the start of each year. That's certainly something we have not been doing. I think for a municipality of our size, I find that's kind of discouraging. I don't know what our general manager of recreation would think of that, but it's kind of nice to build up that reserve fund so that you have a larger volume of money to make an impact on, 1 or 2 parks in the area that you've chosen, where if we're obligated to either spend 60%, it's a good thing we can allocate 60% because that means you could have a project in mind and set those funds aside. But it's going to mean greater discussions at budget time with council to know how we're going to be spending those dollars. Another interesting thing is that public meetings are no longer required for subdivision approval. So basically, if you meet policy, we move forward with your subdivision. We no longer notify the public and we don't have a public meeting. And I'm anxious to see a little bit more of rules around that and what's going to happen there. I'm now going to just kind of skip down to our analysis. So I know I put a lot of information in the report, and Max Irwin helped me, which was great because it was a lot of information to pull together. But you'll see that we kind of summarized how it'll impact us and our day-to-day operations. It will result in some changes to our policies. It will result in increased work up front, like we talked about the heritage property and different other bylaws that'll have to be reviewed. And I think all municipalities will continue to learn over the next several months to see what we can do to make sure we're implementing these changes. So November 24th is the deadline to submit comments. There are a lot of comments being submitted if you're watching that environmental registry. So to put it into perspective, we've seen comments from Conservation Ontario going in, Ontario Professional Planning Institute, I understand they're commenting. The Association of Municipalities of Ontario, the United Counties is submitting a comment. We received their draft to review and provide comments last Thursday. I responded to that to add our input. So there's definitely lots going around. There's a resolution on our agenda this evening from another municipality. I'm not sure municipalities will be successful in slowing down the comment. We're hearing that the province is looking to give royal assent before the break at Christmas, which is really only 2 to 3 weeks away. So we'll see what happens. I think that's all I can tell you at this point. There's a lot in there. Not everything impacts South Glengarry, but we'll continue to learn more.
Okay, thank you. Did anybody else have any questions? Yep. Councillor Jaworski?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor McDonald. Thank you, Ms. Haley, for doing this. And I realize you're under a very tight timeline to put this all together. So I do appreciate you putting it in prior to the end of the comment period so that, and I'm glad to hear that the counties are doing a comment. And I'm wondering if that's something that can be circulated once it's been finalized. Same thing with conservation authorities. I don't think I've seen, I mean, I'm sure I could find it, but it'd be nice if it could be circulated what they're, yeah, okay, thank you. But I guess, I mean, and I'll try not to make too many useless comments. I guess they're useless in that we don't have a lot of control over what's being proposed here, and there's not a lot of time to make change. And I guess it was kind of designed that way, that this is when this came up. But I guess just generally speaking, I mean, a lot of this is very urban focused. It's not helping solve a rural housing, issue that we have. I mean, we don't, apart from the provincial authorities, we don't have a lot of issues with getting our stuff, the red tape gone through. That's not where we have issues. We have issues with water and wastewater capacity. And if we had some more support with that, we probably could do a much bigger dent in terms of, increasing housing supply in our area. So I don't know what we can do to advocate that, but I guess folks at the county's table, I mean, that's things that we can also advocate through the Warden's Caucus, and I understand that housing is on their list of things they want to work on. I do have concerns about the no site plan control on smaller lots. Because that ends up making more work for everyone, more complaints, more work we have to deal with, more dealing with unhappy neighbors. That again is just basically downloading costs to us that apparently we've been doing okay with so far. And I guess the last point I'd make is when it comes to the changes to the conservation authorities, the regular public, they look at the name, Conservation Authority, they must conserve, they must help with the environment, like taking out control of pollution, taking out conservation of land. They might as well just rename them at this point so that people don't have this false view of what they actually, what their role is, because I don't know, it seems to be going further and further from what they were designed to be. And lastly, I do have concerns about the Parkland Reserve being spending 60% of that, because we don't have a lot of this money coming in, so we do need to sort of build it up so that it can be effective as opposed to just spending it on small projects. So thanks again for letting me, for you doing this, and thanks to everyone for letting me, I guess, rant a little bit. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. We're also moving consent agenda item 10B, department update, corporate services to items to consider. I believe that was Councillor Jaworski as well.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Realizing how late it is, I'll be as quick as I can. The reason I brought this forward is there was an item on it about the service delivery review, but done by KPMG. And since it triggered my memory in that when they had interviewed members of council previously to provide input, and one of the questions that KPMG asked me was, how do we, what's the public's perception on our service delivery level? And so my question back to them was, well, how are you asking the public that answer? Are you doing some sort of survey, or how are you engaging? And so I was hoping staff could sort of maybe clarify what they're doing with that regard, or if perhaps that was, that's not really the focus. And I guess just up this, that is, if moving forward at strategic plan, I do hope we can do some sort of public engagements like we did the last time to get feedback on what residents are looking at. Thanks.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. So the objectives of the KPMG service delivery review essentially we were looking at internal process. So the main objectives with the project were defining roles and mandates for each department, developing performance targets for the departments, as well as identifying improvements to internal process. So public consultation was never really within the scope of this project on the outset, because what we were looking at is how we're doing things internally, mapping those processes So that wasn't something that was included in the original scope and proposal from KPMG. That said, they did, I do recall having a conversation with them following their interview with you, where they did bring your comment forward. And CAO Mills, jump in and correct me if I'm wrong, but you know, we had a brief discussion about that, and at that point, we were halfway through and trying to stay on time. We didn't go out for additional public consultation because, as I've mentioned previously, it wasn't part of our original scope, and given the objectives, it didn't feel like a project where that was really necessary. I don't know if you want to add on that.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to the point about strategic plan is the report itself will assist a lot with the movement towards strategic planning and engaging the public and constituents. Just to further on the clerk's information about focus, there's a lot on HR processes, payroll, finance, especially corporate services, technology and efficiencies and SOPs. Just as a reminder to council that the funding we received was not through, it was modernization funding. So there's no cost to the taxpayer on the report, but it'll be certainly useful to go out through the strategic planning process with the information we get. A lot of the report talks about streamlining operations and efficiencies and reducing costs, expanding revenue. So to the, you know, we just heard a report from General Manager Haley about all of the downloads, it seems like, in the increasing costs through planning, and we need to become more efficient, I think, if we're going to manage that. The last thing I'd say is that the pandemic has been an opportunity to look at things like automated payments and Zoom, and we're on camera tonight, but it's also come to a cost to staff too, that, you know, we really are having to run meetings with 3 or 4 extra people, not just with setup, but with cameras and video and everything. So I think the report from KPMG, once it, you know, gets to its final version, it's going to be an opportunity for council to review and make suggestions and how we can engage certainly constituents more. But like to be honest, the timelines were tight, and we've done the best we can with what we had with the funding, and we're looking forward to the next part of it to bring to you.
Great, thank you. No, I appreciate the clarification. Just like I said, the questions that were given to me sort of gave it a different focus, and that it was, I would hate that a report comes back and they're saying, well, this is what people say you need to change from the external. But I'm glad to hear that no, this is an internally focused exercise.
If I could just add one final thing. So when you see that the opportunities, there are about 20 opportunities, which are there's the top 10, but there may be some that council feels should be in the top 10 that are not in the top 10. But in the 4 areas that KPMG looks at, one's financial impact. So we've been talking about money all night here, and about the challenges we're going to have with that. What risk there is if we implement some of the opportunities, and how it aligns strategically with what we have with the plan, but the plan we're going to have. I think the thing that you're talking about with the gap is citizen impact. So that one's the one we can work on.
Okay, great, thank you. So those were the items brought forward and items for consideration. Now we'll move on to the consent agenda. Moved by Trevor Bougie, seconded by Martin Lang. Be it resolved that the Council of Townships of South Glengarry accept the consent agenda. All in favor? Great. All right, so then last resolution is the adjournment resolution. Moved by Martin Lang, seconded, oh, closed session, that's true, we do that first, thank you, sorry. So we will be moving into closed session. So moved by Martin Lang, seconded by Stephanie Jaworski. Be it resolved that council convene to closed session at 9:44 p.m. to discuss the following items under section 239.2 of the Municipal Act SO 2001. 2, a meeting or any part of a meeting may be closed to public if the subject matter is being considered is C, a proposed or pending acquisition of or disposition of land, specifically Staff Report 187, 2022, labor relations or employee negotiations, specifically Staff Report 188, 2022, litigation or potential litigation, specifically ongoing litigation matter, and K, negotiations, specifically information report, ongoing negotiations. All those in favor? Carried. So we will go to closed session now.
resolution, do you want me to just read it?
Yes, Mrs. Compo, clerk, could you please read the resolution to extend the meeting? Trevor was the mover, Sam was the seconder.
Moved by Trevor Bougie, seconded by Sam McDonnell. Be it resolved that the Council of the Township of South Glengarry extend the meeting curfew of 11 p.m.
Okay, now I'll take a vote. All in favor? Carried. So now I will move by Sam McDonnell, seconded by Trevor Bougie. Be it resolved that council direct administration to carry out all actions as specified in the closed session minutes. All in favor? Carried. Now moved by Trevor Bougie, seconded by Martin Lang. Be it resolved that bylaw 81, 2022, being a bylaw to adopt, confirm, and ratify matters dealt with by resolution, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and sealed in open council this 21st day of November 2022. All in favor? Carried. Moved by Martin Lang, seconded by Stephanie Jaworski. Be it resolved that the Council of the Township of South Glengarry adjourn to the call of the chair at 11:20 p.m. All in favor? Carried. That's the end of the meeting. Thank you.